used to, but we might procedurally just change a little bit for the conversation in the workshop. So,
Okay, whatever we need.
okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Erica. Denise, will you let me know when we have a quorum and we will get this rolling?
We have a quorum now.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the January 21st, 2022 meeting of the Regional Transportation Commission. First order of business is the roll call.
Hey. Yuma Jordan,
Present.
Ed Lawson,
Here.
Ron Hartung.
Here.
Oscar Delgado,
Here.
Bob Lucy.
Here.
I see you, Bob. Christina Swallow,
Here.
Bill Thomas,
Here.
Adam Spear,
Here.
and directors besides Adam, Brian Stewart,
Here.
Mark Maloney,
Here.
Stephanie Haddock,
Here.
Dan Dungus,
Here.
Angela Reich.
Here.
And we have Erica Olsen, who is moderating the workshop today. And thank you. We have a quorum.
Fantastic. At this time, we're going to move into the Pledge of Allegiance. I put a flag up here as my background in case nobody else had one. And if we could have Adam, Adam Spear, why don't you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Thank you very much. At this time, Madam Clerk, we will move into general public comment.
Okay, we actually have several. Dora Martinez is first. Give her a second to get here.
Oops, okay. And then here's a chair. Right here, yeah, in front of computer monitor.
Good morning, Dora.
Watch out for my dogs. Sorry. There you go.
Come on.
The little color.
Am I good?
I'm not sure why it's not showing you.
Oh, I hope it doesn't.
Okay, I'll turn it off. You can talk.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Dora Martinez. I represent the Disability Peer Action Coalition.
Denise, we've got a really bad echo going on.
I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see.
Say again.
Say again.
I probably want to mute one.
Oh. It is muted.
Okay. Go ahead and speak, Dora.
Okay,
Is it any better?
You probably want to turn off your volume to this.
Is that better?
Yes, that's better. Now
let
it
a
is.
blind person be the guinea pig. Let me know when to speak. Okay, so my name is Dora Martinez. I represent the Disability Peer Action Coalition. Thank you for having me speak today, Madam Chair Neoma Chardon. I wish we would have a Zoom link for people with disability or the public because we are here and you guys aren't. Our health is also important. And a lot of people with disability wanted to come. My coalition members wanted to come and speak, but they couldn't schedule a ride with access because they said it was not essential. So I got one public comment from Diana Martz, who is an elderly woman, lives in Stead area, and she is afraid if one of the fixed routes bus will stop, the paratransit will not run. And she does not have mobility skills, cannot get out of her house. If we lose the paratransit bus, there'll be no door-to-door service, and she needs that personal help, with paratransit. So she hoped that the fixed route will not stop because it will eliminate the paratransit for her, just like the Route 2S and other stop that's been stopped. Sorry, there's whispering and I'm losing my focus. And also for us, my coalition, we encourage the Keolis and whoever's on the table with the next contract for people for paratransit drivers to get a respectable wage. Because as I said, and I've been saying, my son works at Walgreens and he's getting more than what the bus drivers are getting. And there's more responsibility with paratransit drivers than a Walgreens cashier. So please put that in you guys' radar. And also for the ADA coordinator, which I think is Mr. Mark Maloney, please leave the announcement on the bus active. I know that under the ADA, you're not mandated to get all of them announced, just the primary ones. But we need those announcements so we do not occupy the driver to let us know when is our appropriate stop, because they got to focus on the road and people not wearing masks. So if that could stay on all fixed bus route, it would really help not just people who are visually impaired, but people who cannot see the sign or cannot read or what have you. So that's my public comment, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Tim Hannafin.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Tim Hannafin. I'm a longtime member of the community. Today is not the first time I will be speaking to you, nor will it be my last. Too often we seek out what is great within our community while taking for granted and sometimes outright ignoring the aspects which make it great in the first place. I'm here to bring attention to what I believe is harming our community, Keolis. Recently, Keolis was found to be in violation of their agreements with their drivers, failing to adequately enforce their mask policies and mandates. This, among other allegations, all showing safety measures lacking for their drivers and the community as a whole. Learning of this only after RTC announced the scaling back of routes and operating times is deeply troubling. The board cannot be held responsible for the 35% decrease of ridership. The evolving pandemic is to blame there. But citing the driver shortage in tandem with the recent reports is questionable at best. The local Teamsters 533 union states that about 30 to 35% of their drivers chose to retire or quit when they were met with new management in 2019, far before even the idea of the pandemic. Learning their leadership lacked policy enforcement, while hearing the testimonial from drivers not only shows the resilience and the strength of our bus drivers and the community that they service, but it also highlights the hardships brought on by their leadership. The recent choices of line suspensions are troublesome. Route 19, one such line, not only served our Social Security office, but also our regional airport. I will end with this. The story we want our regional visitors to tell should not begin with the smog-filled lines of Ubers and taxis leaving the airport, but by the innovative green RTC transit system. We as a city are monitoring our emissions to better understand and control our greenhouse standards. So too should our policies and departments follow. Public transit is a clear and reasonable and responsible policy to further this growth. I call on this committee, stop running our transit system like a business for the sake of profit or efficiency. We are witnessing the impacts of Keolis mismanagement on our public transit system. Instead of just reacting to the situation, we must also investigate and interrogate that which created the situations, best preventing future harm. I believe that the root cause, Keolis mismanagement, needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Next, we have Dan Gallian. And come on.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Dan Gallian, and I had the honor and privilege of being the first employee hired by Jerry Hall way back in 1977. And after 33 and a half, mostly enjoyable years, I retired on Friday the 13th, August 2010. A couple days ago, I got a certified letter from the RTC regarding this agenda item 4.3. And I read the first few sentences and I almost had a heart attack, a second heart attack, I should say. But anyway, it indicated that all retirees must join Medicare or enroll Medicare in order to keep the current county insurance. And if not, you risk losing it, or you would lose it. After I ranted for a bit and I calmed down, I saw later on it said that 10 employees would be exempted from the requirement to join Medicare because when they turned 65, they didn't enroll in Medicare. So I wanted to come today. I just wanted to see if in fact item 4.3 is approved, that the exemption is included in it. But I also wanted to indicate, just inform you of my situation, that when I was approaching 65, I did a lot of research to see if I should stay with just the county insurance or go with Medicare and let the county insurance be supplemental. And I went to TMCC and class, and I renowned workshops, and I went to the HR person over at the Washoe. And I concluded that it was in my best interest to join Medicare and have the Washoe County insurance be the supplemental. So that's what I did. I applied to enroll with Medicare. But I guess you could imagine my shock and anger, really, when I learned I wasn't eligible for Medicare, because for the 33 and a half years I worked at RTC, there weren't any payments made to Medicare on my behalf. So I'm not eligible. So the option for me to do what I wanted to do was join Medicare and have insurance be the supplemental was taken away from me. So I'm really thankful I have the insurance, really thankful. And I'm also hoping that the exemption is approved with this agenda item. But I also want to indicate that if down the road RTC decides to remove the exemption, or for whatever reason, remove me from the insurance, I will want to come to the RTC and ask for help, because it wasn't my fault that RTC didn't pay my Medicare. And well, I would just like for hope. And I do thank you for let me let you know my situation and support for the exemption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks, Dan. Next, we have Chris Fuqua.
Morning, Chris.
Good morning. I am Chris Fuqua, Vice President of Teamsters Local 533. The first thing I'd like to address, I want to understand, how is this a safer environment for the people here today? when we're over on 9th Street at the Washoe County building, when we're more spread out, we have more availability to spread out to social distance. How is this a safer environment for those people here? Maybe safer for you, but not the people here. With that being said, I also want to remind you, our paratransit contract is expiring June 30th, 2022. And reminding you, again, that it was already said to where an operator that's working over at the paratransit, it takes them over 3 years to be making over $15 an hour. How is that acceptable? We need to fix that. There's no way we should be having a train rate of $9.50 an hour. And after that, they're going to 13. It takes them another 2 years to go over to $15 an hour. Anybody off the street can get a job making those wages. Insurance. One of the issues that we also have is also insurance, is to where we have members that are being told they can go from full-time to part-time and be allowed to keep their insurance. And then management's going back on that promise when our contract says they only need to receive 80 hours a month to continue the insurance. And they're bringing up other factors, the ACA, saying they have to have 130 hours on average a month. No, our contract says 80 hours. My member who went part-time should be keeping their insurance, especially in today's environment with COVID. Both contractors with our paratransit and our fixed transit has zero COVID pay. We have numerous operators out right now with COVID, and they are not receiving COVID pay. How is that acceptable? The RTC should be ashamed of themselves. They should be doing something with that, and they need to act quickly. With what's been going on, we've already had an arbitrator award the union a grievance for Keolis's non-compliance of mask wearing and lack of enforcement. I'm sure that is still going on today. We still get reports that there's people coming on the buses. Once they're on the bus, they're removing their mask and they're not being told to keep they're not keeping their mask on, and there is no enforcement of that. We also have standby operators that are working for Keolis, standing by up to 7 hours a day. Numerous operators that could be on the road, driving these buses, getting the public community to the places where they need to be. We're mismanaging this. It is crazy. These operators should be on the road, getting people out there to where they need to go.
Thank you.
And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Noah Rotroff. Did I pronounce that right?
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, sure. Hello, my name is Noah Rotroff. I am from the local chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm actually on the executive committee over there. And, it's funny, I was going to ride the bus to this meeting today. There were only two options. It would have been an hour long to get here. And, but I woke up late. So I drove. And, instead of counting myself lucky, what my mind really wandered to was the people who, they don't have that option, that missing the bus, missing an alarm would be, the difference between having a job that day. And, with the Sierra Club, it might seem kind of strange that we care about the union, the RTC, and how everything's working together, but we see how it's all connected. We see that it's all a chain together, and that when you affect one portion of this chain, like how you are treating the workers, you affect everything else along the line. And the thing about bad policy, one of its sinister qualities is that it's hard to notice the actual effects. With good policy, if you strengthen the workers' rights, the workers' conditions, we'll have more options for transportation, we'll have less traffic on the road. And that'll less traffic on the road reduces the accidents that we see, and less traffic also will put less strain on the environment. And it's weird because, you know, the big question is we want to know what you're fighting for and what you're fighting against. Are you fighting for the low income families of Reno? And are you fighting against the endless cycle of poverty? Are you fighting for the rights of your workers here and against the interests of big business? And are you fighting for the environment and against those who would seek to destroy it? You know, this path that we see the RTC walking down is just not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the environment, and I don't think that the people of Reno will continue to accept it. Yeah, it's interesting. The history books, they don't tend to write about the people who cut costs and play it safe. They write about revolutionaries, and you know, I believe that this board can be revolutionaries, and I want you to be revolutionaries, but you just have to want it too. But we'll be behind you the whole way.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I do have one more comment. Give me just 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Ah, how nice.
Chair Jordan, thanks for all you do for the community of RTC. Wishing you the happiest of birthdays. Happy birthday, Elva.
Sure. There you go.
Oh, that was nice. Thank you for putting that little montage together. Thank you.
We have no more public commenters at this time.
That was very sweet. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, if we're all done with public comment, we're going to move on to item three, the approval of the agenda. May I get a motion?
So moved, Hartung.
Second, Delgado.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I have a question.
Hearing none. Oh, we got a question. I think that was Commissioner Lucy.
Are we pulling 4.3 for discussion from consent item?
Yeah, sorry, I was a little slow on the trigger here. We would like, Madam Chair, to have item 4.3 remove consent and actually do a brief presentation on that item and give you some background.
So Madam Chair, I mean, this is just an approval of the agenda. When we get to the consent, then you can pull things out. I mean, this is just a kind of a quotidian day-to-day operation. We're approving the agenda. If we were removing something from the agenda, that would be different. But I think you can pull things out of consent easily without.
Yeah, we hadn't
motion.
quite gotten to consent yet. So we're just looking
Correct.
for a general approval of the agenda. When we get to consent, we'll pull item 4.3.
That's
So
my
I-
motion, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion and a second for the approval of the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carried unanimously. Item 4, consent items. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Thank you very much. I understand we wish to pull item 4.3 for discussion. May I get an approval for the acceptance of the remaining items?
So moved, Hartung.
Second, Lucy.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item 4.3, staff or Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've asked our Finance Director, Stephanie Haddock, to give a brief presentation on this item. So I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie.
Morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Haddock, Director of Finance for the record. I just wanted to give some history of why we're bringing this agenda item forward now. The most primary reason is to make sure we're giving lots of notice, sufficient notice to every person who a retiree who may be turning 65 this year. There are some very tight deadlines around enrollment in Medicare, so we want to make sure that everybody was aware and had plenty of ample time to get ready for the enrollment. As our former employee, Dan Gallian, pointed out, we also want to make sure that people were aware that there is an actual benefit to enrolling in Medicare, where you do not lose your Washoe County coverage at all. It just becomes secondary. You end up having dual coverage. So Medicare becomes primary and then Washoe County becomes secondary. It actually has the benefit of actually lowering some of your out-of-pocket costs. And just to assure also, Dan, that yes, we have grandfathered those 10 employees in that and for some reason may not have been able to enroll in Medicare or have already reached past age 65. So we recognize that, and there's no intent to not cover them. And we also wanted to make sure that everybody had time to understand that this is also bringing this into consistency with how Washoe County handles their retirees. So the county manages our health care for us and our retirees, and this requirement is on their retirees. And so we're bringing it forward as well for our retirees. So there's consistency there. And while I have your time, and I just want to put it on the record, take the time to thank Washoe County staff, especially Christy and Ashley, who were so tremendous in their help and assistance in getting this item put together and helping us understand the rules of Medicare and all the requirements. You have some wonderful staff at the county. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question. So the public commenter said that there's no money been paid into Medicare on his behalf. Is that a true statement?
That is a true statement. Before anyone hired or working as a government employee before 1986, there was no legal requirement for government employees to pay into Medicare. That didn't change until 1986. And as Dan pointed out, he was hired in 1977. So that's why.
All right, I just wanted to clear that up because I know that we pay in for the city of Sparks and I'm sure Reno and Washoe do too, but we don't want to put out there that we possibly have a whole group of retirees that would never qualify for Medicare.
If you were hired after 1986 and to any government agency, they are paying into Medicare for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie and Bill and everybody that's been involved in looking over this. I think you've done a good job of balancing, keeping the commitments to the retirees and ensuring that they are getting what they were, entitled to and believe that they would have, and then while still being, consistent with what other agencies and what Washoe County is doing going forward, and with the dual insurance, that does seem like a benefit. So I appreciate the work and kind of getting this cleaned up a little bit. So thank you for that. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, may I get a motion?
Move to approve item 4.3.
I have a motion.
Second, hard
And
time.
a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, item 5, commissioner announcements and updates. Do any commissioners have any announcements or updates at this time? All right, seeing none. Bill, do you have any? Oh, wait, Commissioner Hartung.
I just too wanted to wish you happy birthday, Madam Chair. And luckily you're not in person, so I won't sing.
I'm 51 and I'm proud to say it. I'm happy to be here at 51 or at any age, so it's all good.
I have t-shirts older than you, Neoma.
That's a little scary. All right. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Bill, did you have any announcements or have anything you'd like to update the public or the commission on before we get out of this meeting and into the strategic planning meeting?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to your ask, I did want to highlight that this week we were informed by, and actually got a call from the FTA administrator that we had received a grant, $300,000 from the federal government to do our TOD planning study along the South Virginia Street border for potential to expand our bus rapid transit down to Summit Sierra. So very big success for us. There weren't, I want to say there were probably 20 or less communities in the country that got this grant. So very proud of it, of our team. And I think it just shows that the respect we have at the federal level in terms of producing when they forward us money through grants. So just wanted to make that announcement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I don't know if everybody knows, I know we got some notifications that additional bus routes and stops have been added in to the system. I know we've been getting slowly, it seems like each day there's some additions, which is great that we're building back the system. I didn't know if there's any updates as of today. I know Omicron can change anything at a moment. So I don't know, Bill, if you have any updates on that.
I'll talk generally and then ask Mark if he has anything specific he wants to share with the public. But we are starting with our foundation based on the number of drivers and availability of us to provide a reliable transportation system. So as drivers come on and the number of drivers grow, we are strategically adding in service. In many cases, it may be extensions of an existing route, but I'll ask Mark if there's anything specific, Mark, you want to announce today about where we're at.
Oh, thank you. Mark Maloney, Director of Public Transportation. There actually is each of the weeks. So the very first week, as our chair pointed out, we added additional service. This week we did as well. We added service to the 54, the 56, and expanded frequency on the Lincoln Line and the Virginia Line 2 rapid services. Keels is doing a wonderful job kind of bucking the trend and being able to hire. They have 12 right now in class, 13 behind the wheel in training. We're looking at least for what our ridership demands, probably full complement of drivers by the end of February. Our staff is working on a March service change where we'll probably try to put some more frequency into a lot of the routes that have been missing based on the ridership and the demand we have. So things are looking very bright for us on that end of it. Obviously, we're looking to, and we'll talk more on this, the workshop, we're working to dovetail that into the TOPS program, our 5-year plan of where we're going to go and what kind of mix of services and adjustments that comes out of those recommendations that we'll be bringing back as the 5 years span go through our service change process. But right now, I think we are running very reliable service. As was pointed out in the public comment, we have a good set of standby drivers. So even when call-offs spike up, we actually can manage and deliver every piece of service that we put out there for now. So we're headed in the right direction, I feel.
Can you talk just briefly about the, I know we were the on-time issue, what it was versus what it is?
Yeah, 2 pieces of it. So missed trips is a huge portion because people confuse on-time performance with missed trip, because when you're waiting for a bus and it doesn't show, then they think it's a major on-time performance problem, where it's actually the trip just didn't run. So we were in the areas of 30 or so missed trips in a day that we were getting to towards December and such. So now we are maybe 1 or 2 a day. So the reliability is significant. There's always certain things that are going to happen with construction, detours, medical, car crashes that are going to cause us to have a missed trip here and there. But it's nice that that is back where we were before kind of the June 2021 timeframe. On-time performance is ticking up. We were probably in the 80%. We're now up around 88%. Obviously, we want to get back to 90. One of the areas that we want to fix for the March service change is we base this change right now on the Sunday schedules, which is great because everyone had it, knew what it was, it's easy to communicate, but it's set on Sunday traffic patterns. So obviously, weekday traffic patterns are a little heavier. So we need to kind of adjust to that probably for our March service change so that we can then push our on-time performance up to where we want it, which is at 90%. And pretty much from July 2019 through May 2021, we delivered, very good service, very few missed trips, and 90% on-time performance all the way through that time frame. So we want to get back to where we were.
Very good. Well, it sounds like things, knock on wood, are going in the right direction and encouraged by that. So good work, Mark, and everybody involved. I'm thankful for that. All right. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move to this final closing public comment. Madam Clerk.
We do have one public commenter. Our public comment computer disconnected itself somehow, so I'm going to have him speak. It'll say my name on the screen, but it's Chris Fuqua. He'd like to speak again.
Thank you.
Video. There we go.
Oh, there you are.
Hi again, for the record, Chris Fuqua, Teamsters 533 Vice President. I just want to let you guys know this is very difficult to hear and understand in this environment. There's distractions around us. And again, it is no safer for us than it is for you guys to be in the Washoe County building. The comments on the concerns when it comes to the public relying on the buses, it is a lot easier to have fewer missed trips and fewer routes, to have those missed trips when you're running on a Sunday service. So of course, with fewer trips out there and more reliability, it is not more reliable. We still have people out there that don't know when the buses are going to run because they're not running on a consistent basis. 30 missed trips a day down to a few is easy when you have Sunday service. And when it comes to standby drivers are not there to run, put more people in the bus seats to get more public, the public moving. That's for when people call out sick or if they're late. That's what the standby is there for. That's why we have numerous people a day on standby for hours when we could be putting them on routes. Why are we doing that? We need to have a better system on there. And I appreciate you guys thinking that this is getting better, but you guys need to do a lot more than what's being said out there instead of playing the hat trick game. It's one of these things that the public, when it comes to news and the media, it's all sounds good. But unless if you ride a bus day in, day out, whether it's the fixed routes or the paratransit, it is difficult for these people to get around from point A to point B. We need to be doing more. We need to be doing better. How would you feel if your mother or your father or uncle missed an appointment because they were trying to rely on the unreliable bus system that we have here in the Reno Washoe Valley area? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, is there any more public comment?
We have no more public comment.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Neoma. I guess we do have one more, sorry.
Okay. And my understanding is we will be looking at how to move public comment onto the Zoom as well in the future.
Step over the.
Can you have Naomi repeat what she said, please?
She said she'd like me to have public comment on Zoom in the future. Okay.
Good morning. Dora Martinez, for the record, representing Disability Peer Action Coalition group. I do want, it's quite distracting. I do want to, agree with what the prior speaker was saying, Chris. It is very difficult. Get distracted, computer, everything. I know it's hard, and I understand that we got to do what we got to do, but it would have been fantastic if the Zoom link was provided to everybody, like the legislatures and the RAC that's going to be doing on Tuesday. I mean, if they can do it, so should we. In regarding with the frequent fixed route, I do depend on those because we go to a hospital, groceries, take the kids to school because we are not allowed to drive. We are both blind, it's illegal. And when it's unreliable, it's really difficult. I want you guys all to know and I've been putting this on Twitter to the director, Bill Thomas, we should get together, put you some on wheelchairs, blindfold you guys, and see how you like navigating the sidewalks, running into poles, missing a curb, getting into snow that it's not cleared. And I don't even know who is responsible for that, to clear the sidewalk that's, on public road. So please, like what Mr. Chris said, frequent and adequate and, ridership is important. Not everybody have a cell phone. My husband doesn't have a cell phone. He has a flip phone, and it's not a smartphone, as you all know. So if it's frequent and consistent, that's what we need. And like I said, our invitation still stands to all of you. Come and walk in our shoes. Let's go for a run in the morning and catch a bus to go to work and take our kids to school, appointment, and all the other fun things we got to do in this community. And I just want to remind you, with the e-scooters coming to town, the Midtown area, oh my gosh, please, let's blindfold you guys and walk with us down there with the e-scooters. I have nothing against bike. It's just the infrastructure and viable policies are not in place. But here we go again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right.
There's no further public comment.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will move
Madam
to,
Chair.
may I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Delgado.
Second, Lost.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Okay, at this time, Director Thomas, I don't know if I was turning it over to you or to Erica directly, so I'm just going to kick it to maybe Bill, you first, and then to Erica, I'm guessing.
Sure. So we have two agendas today. So we've structured in a way for you to do a roll call again, for actually Denise, this workshop, and we'll have another public comment period on the workshop, and then we'll get into have the board approve the agenda. Then at that point, we will move into the workshop. So the workshop itself is a very not a structured agenda because it's not made for decision making. So that would be the part that's different from what we typically see. So right now, Denise, if you would please do a roll call for the workshop.
Certainly. Neil Majardin.
Here.
Ed Lawson.
Here.
Von Hartung. I see ya.
Here,
Oscar Delgado.
Here.
Bob Lucy.
Here.
Christina Swallow.
Here.
Bill Thomas.
Here.
Adam Spear.
Here.
Brian Stewart.
Here.
Mark Maloney.
Here.
Stephanie Haddock.
Here.
Dan Dungus.
Here.
Angela Reich.
Here.
And again, Erica Olsen is moderating our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into general public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comment for the strategic planning session?
We do not.
Thank you very much. Do we need to move into any board comments, or can we kick it right to Erica?
I would suggest at this point, I'm sorry.
Move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And if I might, I'll preface the next phase of the workshop by starting with an introduction of Erica Olsen. We've retained Erica to be the facilitator for this workshop. My desire and goal of this workshop is to provide an opportunity for as deep of a discussion as we can have about some key topics, which she'll explain how we came up with. Erica is also going to talk about the process of moving through this workshop, which is really designed and intended for an efficient conversation. So I think, Madam Chair, you're still running the meeting technically, but I think it'll be most effective if all of us allow Erica to be the manager of the conversation during the workshop. So Erica, if you would.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all, and happy birthday, Chair Darden. We're just all going to do that when we get the opportunity to speak. Thanks for being here. And again, I know we're all doing what we can to stay safe and also keep the business moving forward, so to speak. So I'm just going to say a couple of words. We've all worked together before, so we know how this goes. But I just want to, before I go too far, the team, the directors have worked really hard to structure the conversation today to be about discussion and not presentation. So there's some background material that was provided in advance. We'll reference that just a little bit to just tee up the discussions, but we are really looking forward to and have thoughtfully crafted, we have thoughtfully crafted the direction that we're seeking from the board in partnership with the directors. So just in the comment of what we're trying to get done, and the topics came from chatting with all of you, as well as from Director Thomas, in terms of where we need to be spending our time right now and thinking about the future of the organization. So let me just set us up a little bit, and then we will get moving. A couple quick things. Again, I know we're all fairly old hat at this, so just to get us back in full, remote meetings, so to speak. As Bill just mentioned, we are looking for clear direction, but not necessarily and actually purposefully not hard decisions. We are not agendized today to take action. It's going to feel undone on purpose. We do absolutely have more to talk about than we have time to dig into, and I'll talk about that in just a second too. So again, we'll let the conversations go where they need to go. You've wanted to have these discussions, so we're structured to do so. Because of that, of course, we'll have public comment at the beginning, which we did, and at the end, if there is any. And then I was just going to set some guidelines and thinking about how we might use our virtual space today together. So I would ask if you would just, no one on this call is, shy, so I know you'll just jump right in. But if you're not finding that place, let's use hands either physically like Commissioner Hartung did, or otherwise in Zoom. But also Zoom chat's pretty fabulous too. So if there's something that you want to add in, I would ask that you please do that there as well. And I would also ask that we do have our video on if we can, for ease of conversation. The directors will be turning their videos on when they are the subject matter expert for the discussion topic we're jumping into. And from a board perspective, we'd love to see you all, because we know that will help the conversation, and I'll know that you're here with us as well. So that would help me. A quick question though, and I just would ask Chair Darden to kind of check in with you and the rest of the board members. We had generally thought we would spend about, 3-ish hours sort of in the time zone of 12 o'clock together. Of course, taking some breaks along the way, but I want to check in and make sure that that's what the rest of the board is expecting. So Chair, I'll pass it to you on that piece.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go purely off of my calendar and what I had blocked. I think I have this blocked until 1. So I hope that was the invitation sent and accepted by the other members. So if anybody has any other issues that they have to exit early, speak now or get comfy until 1. Okay, hearing none. Okay, off we go. I'll just also mention, we've got some slides that we're working through, but the material is also in the handout. So it's just in 2 places. There is nothing new in the slides than what was in the pre-reading and in the background material. So please just know that, depending upon your preference, we'll bring up the material on the screen as we're having those conversations. So just a note on that. And I think that covers the key pieces. Just a comment as well. And again, we've worked together, all of us have worked together before. The intention of this conversation is to generate a document that will be a guiding document for the organization that is stitching together or sitting with in concert with the existing planning documents the organization has. From my conversations with all of you, as well as with the directors, there is definitely a need to crystallize where you're going and why in more concrete terms, and not necessarily in some of the bigger documents and
that you have. Of course, we would cross-reference them, but just sort of a couple very simple pages to make sure that we're all clear about what the priorities are and where we want to go as an organization. Again, the royal we. So Bill's going to talk about that a little bit more, but I just wanted to comment on where is this going and how are we going to use this discussion. Chair Jordan?
Erica, can I stop for just 1 second? And this may be a user preference option. So when you, like when I'm looking at my screen, I see your presentation on the screen, takes up the whole screen, and then I see you down in the right lower corner. I can't see anybody else. So unless we start doing the take the presentation down, put them up, take the presentation down, is there a setting, and I'm on an iPad, is there a setting way that I can see everybody else's face and the presentation, or is that not possible?
Is that under
There
view?
is.
Just
Go
up in the, isn't that up in the right-hand corner? It isn't mine, just view.
I don't have a view.
It doesn't say view in it's a zoom option. It shouldn't make any difference on your iPad. Just it's in the very far top right. You should have a little option to click view.
Nope, I've got mute, stop video, share content, participants, and more. And even under more, it doesn't have view.
Huh.
Chat, meeting settings, minimize meeting, backgrounds and filters, and disconnect audio.
So maybe while you're looking at that, just quickly, if I can jump in, is Erica and I have talked about this, and what she will do in managing the meeting as best she can is to move back and forth between the screen share and the conversation. So the idea would be if we're starting to get into a conversation, then she would switch to the screen where all of you can see each other. So that,
okay.
That you know, it won't be perfect, but I think that's the best way to maybe handle it.
Okay, that works. Yeah, I'm sure it's user error. I can't find a view on mine. So okay, that works.
So I'll make sure to do that. And then also just a comment, I'm just using the slides as digital flip charts to capture your conversation. So I'll just flip back there when I think we're getting somewhere with the discussion.
Okay.
So just to make that a little bit easier as well. So, so just framing up the topics, and then I'll pass it over to Bill. So Bill's going to give us some opening comments related to just the current state and looking forward from his chair. And then there's 4 topics we wanted to dig into. Again, this is based on the feedback from the board members. You had a lot of things to say, so we distilled them down to where there was common themes of things that you all wanted to dig into. So there's this really big question around the future of the network and the network experience. That is a vision-y discussion. We wanted to start there, but I think just to get the juices going, I think we're going to jump into public transportation because there's nope. Should we not do that? Oops, sorry. Chair Jordan, are you okay with that? I wasn't sure if you just shook your head. No, that's okay. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to actually take it out of order. We're going to jump into some follow up from the last board meeting on public transportation and rebuilding public transportation. Then we'll go to topic 2. We'll talk about the regional role of RTC. There's a lot of discussion that you want to have there. Funding strategies, and time permitting, we will move to that bigger conversation around vision. So I'll talk a little bit more about that too, but those are the big topics we have, and we have specific questions that we're looking for your feedback on. So again, I'll frame all of that up as you would expect. So with that, again, we're all pretty old hat at this. Any other procedural items before I pass it over to Bill to just get us going? Okay, it's all you.
All right, thanks, Erica. And I just want to start by thanking the board for your trust and giving me this opportunity to be the executive director of RTC. It's closing in on 2 years. This is the first chance I've really had, I think, a valuable opportunity to sit down with, well, virtually sit down with all of you to talk about some things that are kind of a little bigger picture and things we typically don't deal with on our action-oriented agendas each month. So thank you for your patience and your attention. And I will try to keep my conversation as relevant as possible because I know it's hard to sit and listen for hours on end for anybody. I wanted to start also by saying how proud I am of the staff and the accomplishments that we've made as an organization with your involvement and your participation. It's my personal and professional belief that when we're analyzing either us as an organization, actions of individuals, or even the purpose we're going forward on, is that, criticism needs to be seen in the right light, which is it's a tool for perfecting and getting better. So a lot of what we're probably going to be talking about people could easily say it's in the negative sense, and I don't think it is. I think when we talk about what my personal desire is to always look to ways to do things better, that sometimes that can lead us to hard conversations that people could perceive as negative. So I just wanted to share that that's how I don't see this. Anything that we come up with here is really for the intended purpose of putting us in a better position as an organization. My goals professionally and personally for today is that to check to see if we're going in the right direction. What are we doing well? What are the things that need adjustment to get to a better place? Really a forward-looking conversation, which I know sometimes will include looking back, but this is really about looking forward to ensure we're all in sync with where we are and how we should be spending our energy, our efforts, and resources. One of the things that I wanted to start with is our organization, because I think that's probably the most important thing. And I would share that not only is RTC unique in our community, but it's also unique on a national scale and perspective. We have combined the three most important transportation functions in our county into a single entity. I've learned it's rare to find that arrangement across the country. We have the MPO function, which is the system-wide planning for our county, combined with the designing, building, and maintaining of regional streets. And then on top of that, we have a public transportation system. So we've got all the pieces, the critical pieces of managing and directing our transportation network, of course, in partnership with the state and the local governments. That team is really the group that's most effective at managing transportation. I believe that our structure, in combination with the relatively small staff that we have made up of very highly competent subject matter experts, has allowed us to kind of create our space and value within the local government environment. The value we've created in great part is our ability to perform and meet expectations. I want us to be known, and I believe we are, as an agency that gets things done. Our success can't be achieved, however, without your leadership and support. And I know effectively this is a second job for the five of you. You were elected to represent a defined subset of our almost 500,000 people that make up Washoe County. Yet our mission as a regional agency can't be fulfilled without the five of you looking toward the greater community good when you make the critical transportation decisions that you volunteered to do. Our transportation network will fail without your policy oversight, your willingness to cooperate among yourselves, and your support of our staff's efforts to promote, protect, and improve the regional transportation network. Our mission statement is to build a better community through quality transportation. More than just words, this statement is our lighthouse, our benchmark, our compass, if you will, to make sure we're true to our purpose and have the right reasons for the decisions we make. However, the statement is lacking without your guidance. You are the only ones who rightfully can and do represent the public in our community. We are agents of your policy direction. We certainly have expertise and can provide you with advice, but at the end of the day, the five of you own the representation of the public will as we make these critical decisions for our transportation network. So what I wanted to do is talk, as Erica said, we framed these into 4 themes, and I wanted to talk a little bit about, at this point, about what we often do when you're doing a strategic session, which is what are the trends, what are the threats? So again, some of these may seem negative, but I think they're things we need to put on the table for consideration as we weigh ultimately getting to public policy you set and directions and actions we take as the implementers of the public policy you develop. The first one I wanted to talk about is the future of the transportation network, which is really a question of how we balance the desire, for example, to slow down the traffic system-wide to address safety concerns. That's an overriding conversation that we hear and always have in our mind. But at the same time, we also have pressure and desire with the ever increasing vehicle miles traveled to address delay. So we've got these two counterbalance big picture issues that we have to be sensitive to when we look at the actions we take. One of the questions I think we're going to be looking on sooner than later is, as technology advances, our intelligent transportation system and smart technology, how can we use those to increase the efficiency to mitigate some of the growth in traffic, which we know is coming, is here, and is going to continue to happen? I mean, it probably goes without saying that we're a very desirable community. We have a lot of not only business, but personal interest by people in moving into our community. And that, I would say, is just a reality. And so our job is to, working with you as the leaders, figure out how we best position ourselves to address the consequences of that. The one thing that I wanted to specifically mention in terms of the context is when we think of the future of the transportation network, we have to, involve not only the state, but also the federal government. Federal government's very active in transportation. As you all know, there's been a lot of conversation recently about the increased federal spending on infrastructure. But I did want to highlight something that was put out recently from FHWA, just to give some context to what the future might or might not look like. And that is, they had issued a memo that said, and I'm reading from there as a quote, FHWA will implement policies and undertake actions to encourage and, where permitted by law, require recipients of highway funding to select projects that improve the condition of existing infrastructure before advancing projects that add new general purpose travel lanes to single occupancy vehicles. So it's still early to fully understand exactly what that means and what impact that might have in terms of the way we manage and provide our transportation network. But, at least on the surface, it might cause pause or some thought about, how will we move forward with the bigger projects that are capacity, that are already in play with our RTP. For example, Pyramid Highway, 395 North widening, Sparks Boulevard, all of which are projects that, based on the definition I just gave you, would probably fall on the side of not having any federal funding. So again, I don't want to be an alarmist, but I think it's something that we have to be aware of as we look forward in our transportation network. As you all know, our biggest revenue source in addressing our community is our fuel tax. It's almost half of the revenue that we receive to complete our purpose and provide our services to the community. As you've heard before, and I think I need to reiterate again, is we're in an environment now where fuel efficiency is becoming more prevalent. In other words, vehicles each year get more efficient in terms of how many miles they travel with the fuel they consume. In addition, we're still having increase in vehicle miles traveled, which means that people are not driving less, but they're actually driving more. And I think as recently as our last board meeting, I think Christina might have shared that there's a decrease in revenue per mile. So for every mile that people are driving, they're actually paying less at the gas pump for that. So that's something we have to be very aware of, because at the same time, we have increasing costs. In other words, the material costs are going up, labor costs are going up, consulting fee costs are going up, to the point right now, as a rule of thumb, that on average, it costs us about $10 million a mile to build a road. So, and again, this is just very general, so you can understand perspective. We roughly have about $30 million a year to spend on new projects. And so that equates to about 3 miles a year. And so that just gives you perspective on where we sit right now and how that balance between potentially a decreasing revenue or at least decreasing revenue per vehicle on top of ever increasing costs and how it's going to make our decisions that we do make even more sensitive to making the best choice to optimize the public benefit as well as the expenditure of the public funds. The other thing that I would share, which may or may not be something that we all think about, is as we do in our projects, there's greater expectations on us providing ancillary or tangentially related improvements. And these people may look at this differently. Some might say it's critical. Other ones can say, well, it's not essential to building a road. But as we all know, things like adding more and more expensive trees, multimodal paths, walls, lights, all of these amenities add to the overall cost per mile. And like anything we do in life, we're not sensitive to the ad and balancing the desires against the really abilities to meet the needs and compare those to wants is going to be the thing that's going to be more and more important to us. And then lastly, in this subject, I would share that there has been an increasing desire to shift more maintenance to RTC. And this has been reflected in great part by adding an increasing number of roads being classified as regional. So not saying that road maintenance isn't critical, but just again, making a point of the fact that it's a zero-sum game in terms of the money we're bringing in. So we're going to have to make some choices of how we divide up the money between meeting needs for new facilities and taking care of existing facilities. I wanted to move now to the sales tax, which funds about roughly about 40 million of the 50 million we spend to operate our public transportation system. So it is the backbone, and it really is the revenue source that allows us to provide public transportation. Without that, we would be very hard pressed to meet a lot of the needs you heard under public comment. It is important to remember that it's fixed rate, that's volatile and swings with the economy. In other words, we can't adjust that without some major efforts in terms of tax increases that would go through either the legislature or go to the people. So we are forced to provide our service based on a revenue income that is not tied directly to the desires and wants of the community. And that's the challenge that you have along with us in trying to balance all those wants and needs with a constrained revenue source. During the pandemic, fortunately for the world of public transportation, and us specifically here in Washoe County, the federal government did a unique thing, which is they infused federal money into the operations side of public transportation. Typically, their resources are used on the capital side. So in other words, we can get grants and there's money, formula money that's set aside for capital and maintaining assets, but not so much for the operations side. As far as I can tell, there's no indication that this infusion of money for operations isn't a one-time thing. In other words, tied to the pandemic. I have not heard anything about it being a forward-looking funding effort. So that's just something we needed to, again, be aware of. I wanted to talk too about the fare boxes, because some people might think, well, if we need more, why don't we just raise the fares? Well, our customer base, for the most part, is the social strata in our community that is challenged financially. So not only are there political consequences that you would all have to face in terms of raising fares, but in reality, the people who use our system are in a very hard place to be able to do that. So the fare box, which, and Mark can correct me when he talks about this specific issue, but I think the last numbers I saw, they were running about 10% of the cost. So, if you do the simple math, we'd have to increase the fares by 90% if they were going to totally cover the nut for what our costs are, which isn't real. But I just wanted to stress the point that the fare box isn't going to be a solution for us as operating costs increase for our public transportation system. ultimately, and I know you all are aware, we're in an unenviable position of facing tough choices. And those choices are, we have little control over the costs, but we have to make tough choices on what we do as far as changing or reducing service. And as you heard this morning, and you will always hear, our customers, our passengers will not be shy about telling you their concern about us changing or reducing service. But in reality, it is one of the tools that we have and will have to consider if we have no other choice. If revenues keep up and we're able to keep expanding the system and meeting everybody's need, that would be great. But if it happens, which is likely to happen with a volatile tax like sales tax where the economy changes, we're going to have to seriously look at how we provide the service, which, better put or differently put is reduction in service. Rebuilding the public transportation system, and Mark's going to lead us on that as we get into that specifically, but a couple points I wanted to make is that, the last 2 years with the pandemic, accompanied with the labor shortages, which aren't just in the public transportation world, but I think we all know is across the board. Pretty much every business, every industry has been harmed or impacted by the labor shortage. Well, as we sit right now, and it's unknown what the future holds in terms of ridership. Roughly, we seem to have stabilized or landed at a point where we're 35% less than what we were before the pandemic. The other thing that is a fact that we know from our research previously is that the majority of the trips in our public transportation are work related. So one of the big questions and one of the things that we're going to have to take into consideration and track is what is going to happen in the future with the workforce. Will people not come back to working the way they used to, or will they work differently? Will there be different times of day? Is this remote work going to influence the behaviors of people, not only in our public transportation system, but on the road? And then lastly, I want to talk about our bus rapid transit, which we've invested roughly about $150 million of public funds to build. The good thing about our BRT is it shows promise. It has been and it continues to be our major tool or system for moving people around in our community, just sheerly in terms of number of people. And we have the questions like I mentioned earlier in terms of this grant from the federal government is, how do we move forward with it as far as serving more physical areas of the community? And how do we engage with our partners in making sure that we have the development and growth patterns that support that effort? And then the last thing on public transportation, I just want to plant as a seed is, ultimately we have to look at how we're going to rebuild this system. And what's the right answer in terms of a system that's heavily weighted towards fixed route service. And that's not a qualitative statement, it's just a reality. When you look at number of people moved and expenses, that is the bulk of our service is 40 passenger buses and a fixed route system. The questions that we move forward that we're going to have to answer is, how do we design that system as we bring it back in terms of the way we allocate the funds between a fixed route, what I would say is kind of more like a infrastructure. It's not train level fixed, but we've spent roughly $700,000 per stop along the BRT. So I would argue that's a pretty inflexible aspect of our system. And we have the question of how do we maximize that with the ever expanding desire by people for on-demand service. So we have these two defeat, I guess, opposite ways of providing service that we're going to have to balance. And one of the questions is going to be, do we look at more third-party services, for example, like Senior Ride, as the community ages, and other parties to help us in this space to meet the kind of service needs you heard this morning in public comment, which are very hard to address in a fixed route system because people are dispersed throughout the community and people's needs don't necessarily reflect the geographic area in which they're located. And then, and I appreciate again your patience through this, but the last thing I wanted to talk about is our regional role. I don't believe we are or should be for lack of better description, pursuing ourselves as a fourth government in Washoe County. And what I mean by that is that we should acknowledge that our purpose is best fulfilled by focusing on the role of being a service agency to the three local governments, as well as that kind of perspective with the state. In other words, we're here to serve the local governments and the state, working as a team to make sure that we provide the best transportation network in our community, one that we're proud of and one that we know with all the tough decisions you're going to have to make are the right ones, given the facts and the choices we have. I do think that our approach and how we interact really needs to be driven by our desire for achieving mutual transportation goals. We should never be in a position where others feel like we're doing something to them. We really should be more in a situation where I think where we're working with our regional partners to collectively achieve a community objective. And, you know, to the extent where we need to explain and bring people into the fold, we need to help them understand the benefits of our projects or our decisions as it benefits the communities, and not really, you know, three communities working against each other. We need to do our best job to make sure that whenever we do things, we can show it how it benefits every community. I think this can and will be achieved by focusing and acknowledging agreements before projects are developed to the point of unresolvable conflict. So in other words, a little more time spent up front, making sure we're all in alignment and not waiting till the very end where we find out there's a conflict that may be too late to resolve. I think the public is best served if we all agree to minimize process overlap and redundancy where there's no value added. So that's going to mean, to achieve that, we're going to have deep dialogue with our regional partners, and there's going to have to be trust. There's going to have to be trust between the staffs and between the elected officials to make sure that if we're going to remove redundancy in order to get things done more effectively and more efficiently, that there's going to have to be an improved level of trust between all of the partners. I know we can do it at staff level, and I ask for your support in doing that at the elected official level. And I know, in conclusion, I've asked you to listen to a lot for quite a long time today, and I do appreciate that. My hope is that my comments will generate positive conversation that advance our efforts. And so that's the purpose for my little pitch here. So I'm going to hand it now back to Erica. And like I said, hopefully some of those comments, whether you agree or disagree, will stimulate some conversation, and that was its purpose.
Thank you. I was going to turn it over to Erica. Just for everybody's information, Oscar had an emergency that came up, but he's hoping to jump back on as quickly as he can. So I just wanted, if everybody was wondering where he went, thank you very much. All right, Erica, it's all yours.
All right, let's do this. So Bill, thank you for that. I know there's quite a few probably comments that Bill just jumped into that are foreshadowing where we're going for our conversation. So I look forward to those. Those are good prompters for the discussions that we want to have. We're going to jump into, and I am going to pull up some slides, and I'm going to pull up the handout as well. As I mentioned, I did reorder the topics just because I think we'd like to get into public transportation. So you'll notice that your handout might not perfectly be in this order, but that's all right. I know we can follow along. So we'll jump into that. And then, like I mentioned, we'll jump into the regional role funding strategies. And then if we can get to this bigger conversation about the future of the network. And I want to just prompt that maybe to have that on the side as we're going through these conversations. A lot of your comments coming into today were some of those bigger points related to this really big question about the future of the transportation network and how do we think about moving people differently in the context of a couple of those key points that Bill made and things that you all were commenting on as well. And obviously the RTP has answers to that, but just again, a bigger point for the board and for the team to talk about, and this just broader question about, we know we're successful because. So I'm not going to ask us to go there now. I just maybe have that running in the back of your minds that I think that would be those two questions would be really awesome to continue to think about and get aligned around at some point in time. But let's go to public transportation. We've got a couple key points that Mark is going to jump into, and then these are the two topics that we wanted to get your direction on. Number one is how do we want, what do we want public transportation to accomplish, and how should we respond to the demand in outlying areas other than using fixed route? So I'm going to put those questions in chat so you have a reference to them. I'm not going to go back to this slide. And I'm going to jump over to the pre-read. And so if you'd prefer to navigate that yourself, we'll be shouting out the pages. Mark's going to walk us through. And Mark, I do believe we are starting on whatever page I'm on. Go ahead, Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Erica. I think I'm a little confused why we would look at fixed routes outside of the core. If you go back to, I think it was on your previous screen, where we're looking at the outer areas. I think there's a number of places around town. I'm just going to throw this out right now. I'm extremely frustrated. I was out to dinner the other night, my wife and I, and we saw, this was only at 6 p.m., 2 buses, 2 40-footers, completely empty. And so this is where microtransit can come in and really accomplish a different set of parameters and get our ridership up, because if people aren't riding in those routes, that bus is completely useless. And it's not a matter of the positions, it's a matter of reproportioning our system, in my opinion, and making it more of an on-demand kind of a system.
So I know that's the subject we want to jump right on into.
But
Chair Jordan, let's do that.
I'm sorry. The way that you've outlined it is in our outlying areas, and there's just as much demand, and that's what caught my attention. It said, how should we respond to ridership demand in the outlying areas? How should we respond to ridership demand?
Thank you.
Just demand, and I think microtransit accomplishes that, and I think we really need to start looking at just general ridership and where are the routes effective and where are they not effective, and do we really need to run 40-foot buses constantly throughout the system when you've only got enough people to count on one hand on the bus at any given time, except for during peak hours. I'll stand down. Thank you.
Awesome. I know we have a couple hands up. I also know that Mark's got some key data points to go over, but I'll pass it, Chair Jordan, to you, and then to Commissioner Lucy. We'll go from there.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm just wanting to get some clarity with regards to the level of feedback and participation you want from us today. This is very much just a 30,000-foot sort of generalization kicking off point meeting. Is that correct, Erica?
Well, I'm going to ask for a little bit of help on that because I know this topic is not a new topic. So, Bill.
Okay. I just don't want to, we're going to get into some data points, but I guess I'm trying to understand to what level you're wanting us to get today, because I could see this issue as we evolve. And as maybe Mark delivers some current data sets to us, we could really start getting down a rabbit hole that could eat up. We would never get to the next subject. So I'm just trying to understand, is today the discussion of we want to look at ridership demand and types so that we can then better marry the transportation options with the ridership demand and type, i.e. to Mr. Hartung's comments, there may be a senior facility that is within the McCarran loop that would best benefit from a flex ride or paratransit, not a fixed route. That's what I'm trying to get to. To what level are you wanting us to?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hartung. I
No,
mean,
it's-
Lucy.
Yeah, it's just me. It's Bob this morning. So let me help. Maybe I can proffer some understanding, as you and I have probably been the longest sitting members of this board and have been through a number of strategic plans, not only here at RTC, but I think that what we're trying to do is try to get to that high level thought process of long-term thinking, not in the weeds. Let's just kind of give some solutions. And I think it's probably best that we sit back and let Bill and Mr. and Matt or Mark deliver us some data points so that we can really take a look at this. And then I think we all have a position that we've seen over the years from our experience within the RTC, all board members, from our regions and our communities, that will allow us to, elaborate on that from a higher level. But I don't think really staff is looking for true direction on a specific topic today. This is strategic planning. So let's just step back and I
That
think
was my understanding too, but there seemed to be we're going to jump into some very specific data points.
I don't think we do that now. I think we got Mr. Thomas and Mr. I think we would go through that and let Mark and Bill kind of give us that high level stuff, and then we'll elaborate from there and see where we go.
Okay. I agree. All right. So we're back.
We'll go that way.
Back to you, Eric.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
we'll go that way. The only thing that I would add to this question, this issue, is what would be of value to us in the simplest sense would be, what are the questions that you have that we need to answer? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot that goes into picking up the solutions, and you will ultimately get to make that decision. But as Bob said, we need to start with the big picture. Like, what are we trying to do? And then you ask us the questions and we come back later if we can't answer them here. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. So
I think it was helpful, and thank you for that clarity too, because it is that delicate balance. So we are looking for that 30,000 foot direction, and what sort of what we're sort of gelling around. And I like that we know this is a big topic, and what questions do you have that we need to answer? So let's go there. And you have, as I understand it, had quite a few questions from the last board meeting. So Mark, you're going to walk us high level through the data points. I am going to keep screen sharing just on this piece, and then I'll stop screen sharing. I'm jumping to the background material. You all did have this in advance. So, if you have questions, I know you're going to jump in, raise your hand, or just quite frankly, start talking. So with that, Mark, navigate me through, and we'll walk through the high points.
Sounds good. Erica, you can stay on that shot right now. Erica is correct. So at the December board meeting, we had a good start at looking at our 5-year plan, and the consultant came and broke down that. And there was about 6 areas of questions that the board had that we wanted to address and kind of move forward so that you have a better background of everything, kind of make that next step from the December meeting, have some more information and know where we're headed and being able to give us good input. And obviously our consultant, who's doing a very in-depth trip by trip level of analysis to get us to where we want to be, which is always just successful in meeting the needs of our community, obviously. On this is kind of one of the areas that the board brought up was the what is our services, why are we have these services, and kind of along those lines. So I'm just going to quickly go through basically our services, which is RIDE, which is our efficient, effective fixed route system for high demand transit friendly areas. In our peer review, we ranked highest and near highest in every performance category versus peers. So we have a very good fixed route service, and we don't go against just anybody. Our peers are Durham, Spokane, Eugene, Albuquerque, and some others. So these are very good areas that have solid transit programs. So it's nice to see that our fixed route is measuring well across the nation. Obviously, our Flex Ride system, which is our new approach, kind of to serve our urban sprawl, non-transit friendly, low ridership demand area effectively. So that's been our new tool in that area. We obviously have our Access, ADA Paratransit, which is a required service for those with disabilities that cannot use our fixed route system. Service must be provided within 3/4 of a mile of all ride routes. It's a very expensive service due to the tight regulations that we have to live with under the ADA law. we have our van pool program. With a fleet of 285 vehicles moving our commuter community from basically a single occupant vehicle into van pooling, it basically saves our county on both emissions and freeway capacity and congestion. And what I didn't know until recently is we're actually ranked 23rd largest van pool program in the nation. So if you think of the size of the cities out there, that is an impressive amount of work we're doing on the van pool side, and it's working very, very well on that side of it. We also have travel training. This is a service that our RTC Mobility Center offers to train individuals or groups on how to use our family of transportation services, because we have so many different options and everyone's a little bit different, and or their disability or age causes them trouble, and we make sure we can get them onto the right service and how to use those services. On those, we also have our senior ride program for taxi, which is for anyone who's 60 and over, veterans of any age, or access clients. For $15 a month, you can get $60 worth of taxi credits. We also have the same program for the same people under the Uber, but on that one, they can receive 5 trips a month, up to $9 a trip. And then we are finalizing a contract with Lyft to add into that same type of program. So it'll be 3 different options on there. We also have our 5310 programs, which you can see on there. And basically RTC passes federal funds to these programs that provide transportation to seniors and disabled markets not served by RTC. If we can go to, I guess, the next slide. 13 in that
So
one.
just a kind of quick thing. We want conversation, not presentation, I know. And so if there are questions or any clarifying points, please, I know you'll jump in, because I'm some of this you've probably seen, but we really wanted to make sure the background was there because I think you'd asked for it. So
right.
Mark, I'm following with you. Page 13, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, if we're going to jump in, I'd like to have at some point staff define high demand.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and actually that's one of your questions from before, and we have that. Haven't gotten there, but we can jump around if we need to, if that works.
No, that's okay, Mark. Keep going.
Okay. We do address that. So each of the comments that came in the last board, we've now set and addressed, and there's no correct answers to anything. It's all discussion, and that's why we're looking for a direction, and that's why we're paying a consultant a whole lot of money to help guide us on this, as we usually do for our 5-year plan. On the next slide. And this kind of gives you an idea of where that ridership goes. So pre-COVID, 3% of our ridership goes to access, 90% goes to our fixed route, 1% flex ride, 6% in the van pool. Since the change in COVID and what it has caused really has the biggest effect on our fixed route system. As Bill pointed out, work trips is a little bit better than 50% of all of our trips on the fixed route system. And as you know, labor has not shown back up to so many of our industries, restaurants, grocery stores, everything. That is a direct relation to they haven't come back to ride the bus to get to those things. So that is, obviously crippling our economy in many ways. And it's not just us, obviously it's across the nation. But this does pose an important piece, because in our previous short-range transit plans for a good decade or so, the board had set direction for an 80-20% concept. 80% is our most effective, efficient service to carry the most people possible for the dollar. And then 20% is kind of the coverage, the outlying areas, the low density, our senior population, our disabled population, and it's having that balance. And that's where we've always had. But as you can see in the first pre-COVID, we were about 90-10% in that. Because of COVID, we actually are closer to the 80-20. But that's kind of a decision point that the board makes as we slide that. And there's obviously ramifications. As Bill says, there's only so many dollars to go. So if you spend more on high costs for fewer people, you take away, lower costs for more people. So it's just a balancing act to try to meet all of our community.
Mark, may I ask a question?
Yep.
Thank you. And I don't know how many, I know you gave these sheets out to us ahead of time, so that was very helpful. I guess where I'm looking at is when we're looking at, we can look at what has happened during the pandemic. We can look at pre-pandemic ridership. We can look at what happened during the pandemic. I'm most interested in what projections are as it relates to future trends for future remote workforce. And, you know, the trends are saying that those are supposed to double by 2025, but I don't know how that marries up with the percentage layout of, our environment as it relates to the percentage of work that are in the hospitality industry. So in other words, it would be good for a future meeting when we do start maybe getting into more of the details is what are the projections saying as it relates to remote workforce? And how does that overlay with our hospitality percentage? I know we have diversified significantly, but how does that work with manufacturing, which is a huge employer in our region, and with the hospitality industry? Because what happened before pandemic, what happened during pandemic, those are all important, but I want to know what statistically what the data is showing us is going to happen.
Right, which is a very, very difficult question. Obviously, people thought the pandemic would be done in 3 months. We're now on I think officially we've hit 2 years, and it has spiked, and then it has ebbed where people start going back to work, start feeling confident and setting up things, and then we get another spike and it draws people back away. So I know our consultant is digging in.
Mark, I'm going to interrupt for just a second. There is some data out there from different sources that are talking about the permanent sort of remote workforce trends and how those are percentage-wise, what the directions those are shifting. I'm just trying to understand how that marries up with our community, with its diverse landscape and employer base. That's all.
And that's what I was going to point is our consultant is working through all that data point and looking at to try to help guide us on where's our best place? What is it going to look like? At least the best they can. We kind of know, as pointed out, where we kind of, equalized in the COVID world that we are living. So we know where our ridership demand is and how much service should be in for that kind of demand for right now. But we really are, like you said, looking at those different data points and what other agencies are doing around the nation, where success they're having and not. And that is all being pulled into our 5-year plan by our consultants. And we'll be coming back and presenting on that. They're looking to have probably mid-February kind of the thoughts of where things are going, and they're going to probably try to re-survey the public. We had very high success of survey, about just 800 or so, about double what we had the last short range transit plan of public comment, which is great. So I think it'll be nice to see that community stay in touch with us and hear what their thoughts were versus the data it showed and where they think we should be going, and get that input on there. So it's definitely a work in progress, and we're all learning quickly as the world moves on.
Hey, Mark, before you roll, I think Bill has something to say.
Sure. He just muted himself, though.
Sorry.
You did.
Just as far as process and what we're doing, to me, what's most important is the 5 of you sharing with us kind of where you're at. Mark is set up to answer questions you had previously, but if the time is best spent where you talk and he helps you by answering questions, then let's do that. And I know, Bob, that the idea was to go through all these, but again, the answers were based on previous questions, but it's the 5 of you that matter. I would prefer that if each one of you had a couple minutes to tell us, what is the issue? What are the things that are most important to you? And if we need to, you can have one-on-ones with Mark and answering questions. So just process-wise, that's all I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, obviously what I'm hearing back is the same questions. And I think we do have some good background for them so that you can kind of be better to, pinpoint those questions for us. So you can actually take a look at the data and then hear the explanation, then ask the question further. But either way, if someone has any questions before we kind of drop on to the next one's really our ridership by route look that was asked at the last board meeting.
So
Commissioner Lucy, did you have a hand up?
I did, but I can wait until we're finished here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So if you can, go ahead.
Erica, why don't we do this? Can we take down And I appreciate us kind of charging forward with this Zoom meeting because we know we got to keep things moving and at least get started at the 30,000 foot. It's clunky. There's no question. That's an admission. It's hard to see. I mean, I don't know who is wanting to speak, you know, where things are, but I liked Bill's comments about why don't, and Erica, you tell me if you're the one running this, why don't we just have each commissioner 30,000 foot say a statement about what they'd like to see, and then we will go from there. Because it feels like a lot of this information is in the data that was provided and in the answers that have already been asked and put in print. So rather than read off of sheets of which we have, Erica, what do you believe?
I think that's great. And so let's stick with the topic of public transit, public transportation. Let's stick there. And let's do two things. Let's hear from, that sounds great. Let's hear from everyone. If you have clarifying questions from the data that was provided, and then the direction that you would like to see in the context of the conversation we're trying to have related to demand and what we want public transportation to accomplish. And I will repost those questions in chat in the revision that we made, Commissioner Hartung. So who would like to go first?
Bob had his hand up.
I have no
Bob,
problem. I have no problem going first, ever. Okay, so here, let's start with transit. You know, this is, it's a complicated topic to discuss. You know, Washoe County is a unique region with a unique landscape and a unique demographic. We often speak about a missing middle. We often speak that we have a driver market. We have a gaming and tourism-based economy that drives much of our workforce. So there's so many different things that we rely upon when we say we go out and utilize outside perspective from analysts and different individuals across the country. It's very difficult to analyze our type of transit, both in Las Vegas and in Reno, because we're so unique in our way we're developed and way we're situated. Very much different than LA, very much different than Houston or San Antonio or any other community of size and structure to Washoe County. So we have continued to fight to provide fixed route service throughout our community by expanding routes and buses and discussions about moving, moving Villanova and trying to build a new bus center so that we can continue to expand, because buses are ever changing. Our fixed routes, our rapid transit throughout our community are, some of our best utilized, but yet ridership is around 10%. When we have those types of comments, that looks like to me is a broken system. And so I think, and from the public comment this morning, the Teamsters and the gentleman from the Sierra Club make a perfect point of why we should move away from what we're doing and start moving towards a more, maybe call it a very futuristic model. We don't have to be, or individualistic model. We don't have to be like everybody else in transit. In transit and transportation, the one thing that I have learned over the last 7 years of being in this industry is that everything we do is very synonymous with our neighbor. We all go hand in hand. It never changes. USDOT, we're all on the same page. They send out one handbook and we follow it to the T. We just kind of reapply what somebody else has prescribed, and we just kind of follow it and just make it work within our community. Why can't we be individualistic and start building our different foundation upon which we can derive something new? Microtransit, create a hybrid model. If our BRC is our biggest, if those are of our biggest riderships, let's find those primary routes and utilize those primary routes to move people to and from and the biggest levels, and then do away with the other outside routes and really focus microtransit. And I think the pandemic was the best case study to prove that. The operators are available. We're subsidizing something that is failing. Let's quit subsidizing something that is failing and move towards subsidizing that could potentially work. And let's utilize and try something new. as they do in private industry. Capitalism is true, that the incentive is there. When something is failing, you don't want to continue to throw good money after bad. You find a new way to solve the problem. And so with that, I think that is what we need to move forward to. When you talk to a gentleman who represents the Sierra Club that said he was going to ride the bus for an hour to get here, an hour is worth of diesel on a bus that has 7 people on it. That's not Sierra Club. That's devastating to every economy or environment. And that doesn't make any sense in any manner of form. So why are we continuing to chase a broken model when we have a unique ability, the funding capability that was brought forward that through our own fuel taxes? I mean, we have more money in RTC here than any other county across Northern Nevada. We can do more things with it, yet we still sit and we go to an old handbook that's off the shelf. Let's go and reinvent the wheel. If we really want to be innovative and we really want to set the tone, let's set the tone. You know, we have done this time and time again with the FTA and the USDOT. They pride us on what we try and what we've accomplished. Let's really show them something new and something innovative. Let's be out in front. And if we can do that, let's do it. There's nothing holding us back. We have every opportunity now. We have money. We have the changes in technology. We have the willingness. Let's do it. But to sit here and say, well, let's just kind of find a new fixed route, or let's try to do this, or we'll patch up that. Those aren't answers. Those are just minor band-aids to a major problem that is not being solved. And yet we sit here and we're not answering the issues of our constituent base or any of our community. Yet we sit back and kind of go, well, that's just the process it is. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Hopefully I could get off in the right direction. Maybe we move in the right direction from here.
All right, let's keep going. We've got some hands up, so we'll go to Chair Jordan and then Commissioner Hartung. And just as a general comment, this is the conversation we need to have. The world has changed. Let's hear what's on everybody's mind. Go ahead.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Lucy's point, he is on point. I mean, the pandemic was horrible in all of its impacts, but it was also very enlightening as to the changes in which we need to embrace, or we will be permanently left behind and left keeping people disappointed in the service that we provide. So I do think this is the opportunity where we evaluate the high ridership, efficient fixed routes, make them better, make them more reliable, that fill the buses, and augment the other locations in our community with the most appropriate transport platforms that we have. And we have a myriad of them. And I really feel, I mean, this came to light. Bill and I have had some meetings with our Senior Citizens Advisory Committee when they went to the Sunday routes. And they were very, very concerned about the fixed route being reduced on some of the senior facilities and them not being able to get to the things they needed to. And once RTC met with them and said, actually, what will really meet your needs, aside from, augmenting a fixed route, is the senior ride, the paratransit, and some of the other opportunities that we have. And once there was a discussion, an education, change is never easy for anybody, but you start to hear and see that they're very excited about something that is actually door to door. We have talked for years about seniors not using the fixed route system. It's too difficult to get to them. The weather issues doesn't fit their schedule, which is changing all the time. So I think to Commissioner Lucy's point is we're just looking at evaluating the transit trends, looking at the workforce trends as we move forward, as I said earlier, always marrying up our transit priorities to the members of our community who need it the most. What drives us should be the individuals in our community that absolutely need a form of transit to do their life functions first. What are the future technology needs where the platforms can marry the right transport with the need, and start doing some of the things we've done traditionally on the fixed route system better, but look at filling in those routes that are hit and miss and don't have high ridership and aren't meeting the needs of the riders with a different platform, of which we have many, and just doing it differently. And You know, the school, we don't talk about this very often, but the school buses, you know, they're certainly struggling as well. I have to imagine if we had a conversation, could there be a win-win somehow within that system that marries up maybe some school needs with public transit needs? We just have to start thinking differently. And the pandemic was both a curse and at this point, to me, I look at it as a blessing. So that's the very 30,000 foot, all data driven, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Erica. And I'll try to be a little, just be a little succinct here. I don't want to take up a whole bunch more time. Everybody said really great things, and I totally agree with what's been said. I agree with Commissioner Lucy and with our chair. We really need to define, and I think that staff is going to do this, high demand. But on one slide that you had, I think it was slide 13, we talked about passengers per day. In the digital community, we look at unique views, Mark, and I'd like to know at some point, what are those, are they unique passengers? So you had 19,000 and some passengers. How many times are they riding? And what's the actual number of passengers that we're trying to carry? Is that number really cut in half, or is it maybe even a third of that? And that's where microtransit, I think, can step in. And then to that point, maybe we can start segregating if we understand how far do we need to move those passengers? What's the distance? Because again, that's where microtransit can come in, get them there effectively. And I know one speaker said that she had an issue in terms of they didn't have a smartphone or something of that nature. Maybe we need to come up with a way that we give them, and phones are cheap, but maybe we have a system whereby we give them some kind of a phone that directly links them to our microtransit system. And then my final comment is maybe we're thinking about microtransit, especially in the outer lying areas, wrong. And here, let me define that. So if you live out in Spanish Springs, as I do, maybe there's a system of transit buses that move people. If you need to be out in Spanish Springs, it moves you in this area. But if I need to be south of town, maybe it moves me to a point where I can pick up another route, just as we have transfers, and maybe fixed route is part of that, but it all goes back to ridership. And I think we've been wasting a colossal amount of money because of fixed routes, and they work maybe twice a day, and then that midday scenario, I mean, they're just not effective. So maybe we just need to look more at and I agree with Bob. I think that there's ways that we can be forward thinking to narrow down the fixed routes where we do have high ridership, keep those absolutely. And then everything else moves to a micro model that if someone needs to be on one of those fixed routes, that micro model moves them to that point and then maybe moves them throughout the system. And so it's just maybe there's a different way to think about it. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, I think that's makes some very good points. And I think to help you, Commissioner Hartung, if you could pop up slide 17, Erica.
You got it.
There might actually be a different, depending on which one you're pulling up. It is different. So I think it's 16. Go down.
Say when.
That one, back one. So as you pointed out, ridership by time of day is a very important piece. We, as Commissioner Lucy picked it out perfectly, is we are different than many places. We have a gaming, we have industry, we have a lot of different pieces. So we really don't have a midday. This in most cities looks like a camel's back. It is a huge hump on your peaks. So where we drop off is the late night, early morning, but from 6 a.m. till 5 p.m., that is our peak. We really don't see much variation. There's a little bit of up, around 3 p.m. or so, but that's, very minor capacity changes. So we have to focus on, that mid area to meet our ridership demand of our community, because our community is different. I think that was a great way to put it, is we have to look at things differently and we have to provide differently. So our peak to base ratio at most transit agencies is, usually 60-40. Ours doesn't exist. We pretty much at, 6 a.m. To 6 p.m. to noon, all have the same peak level. I think we have 2 vehicles that go above on our peak for commuter down to the Carson City. And that's the only peak additional vehicles that we have out there, because we have such a interesting ridership demand process. And if you go back one slide, I think it is, or actually I gotta, yeah, this is actually very good, because this gives you an idea. As you talked about, it's very important to know, okay, what is the cost to carry those people? Our worst route is Route 19. It's a service that doesn't do terribly well, but you can see how many riders it takes a week, and it does that for about 315,000 a year. If you look at the Sparks Flex Ride right next to it, doing about the same amount of riders, we do that for about 600,000 a year, 625 or so. So you are talking a very efficient, effective way to move the same amount of people. But Route 19 is in an area that has some density, some destinations, where the outlying areas, when you're looking at trying to cover a bigger area, it's going to cost you more to carry those people. And I think what you pointed out was spot on, was the flex rides. How do they fit into the transfer, and how do people get there? And surprisingly, both of the 2 flex rides, the North Valley and the Sparks, the largest single spot is the 2 connections into the fixed route system. So the majority of the people using our flex ride are transferring into our fixed route and going from there. The other I wanted to point out was the time of day, because we talked a little bit about how long does it take to get through anywhere. And unfortunately, we've got to figure out which slide that was. It's a pretty graphic. It's slide 18. You're almost there. There you go. So this is actually a very good way to look at, okay, how long does it really take on our transit system to get somewhere? So this starts at our 4th Street station, which most of our services come and go out of. And you can look at the colorations, and basically within 30 minutes, you can go anywhere within the McCarran Loop. When you start going out into the Sun Valley or Western Reno, or the farther areas, you're looking more in the 45-minute range. So this can kind of give you an idea of the kind of stats we look at is, okay, how effective is the service? Are we getting people where they need to go as quick as possible? And this is where we look at modeling, and it does fit into, okay, how long does it take someone to get from the Spanish Springs area and get into Centennial Plaza to meet up with the Lincoln Line or whatever service they need. So this gives us an idea of how effective we can be in those areas.
Okay, so let me just ask you one question before you go away and go on to the next one, if I can. So back to your slide 16. Since it isn't a camel's hump, how come I can stand at 9th Street and watch that route midday carry less than one hand? So it's got, I guess it's based on route, and while I know that people are riding all day, is it effective? Is it cost effective to run those routes with a 40-foot bus when you've only got enough people that can fit in my Jeep?
Right, for that stop. And that's where it's very difficult to see. Our routes are long. So 4 stops back at the station, they could put 15 people on it, and people move and such. And the way we look at that is our productivity. So if you could pop over the productivity slide, which, where's the routes by productivity? I keep going. Next.
Direction. Backwards, forwards?
I think forwards. Keep going. There you go.
Okay.
So we have this obviously by every single route, how productive it is. When you take the whole fixed route system together during COVID right now, we are at just shy of 20 passengers per vehicle service hour. And what we know is to meet that capacity at any point of the day, this is our productivity standard. So if something is in the 5 or below, that's really a great area for flex ride. That's, it's sweet spot. Anything that's in the 15, 20 to 30, that's a great spot for fixed route. And what we know is this is basically guided, as you said, on how many passengers. So if you're looking at 20 passengers per hour, you need so many things. And this is over the whole span of the day. So peak is probably jumps up to 40 passengers per hour. And then on the ends, you're down to, 10 passengers per hour. So depending on what time of day, where you see it, but we look at every route as a whole. Think of it as like McCarran. McCarran has 2 lanes in each direction. Okay, say 4 hours a day, it needs those 2 lanes. But the other time, you could just live with and cut down a lane. But you can't build and shift it. You have to build so that you meet the capacity needs of your highest point of the day. And then that's where we trim. So if you start looking at areas that are late night that get in lower productivity, maybe we take fixed route out and it becomes a flex ride in that area. So we know those pieces, and it's moving those puzzle pieces around. And as Commissioner Lucy says, that is the way to move in a new direction. We have new tools that most communities don't. I mean, microtransit still is very new. I think last year, American Public Transportation Association did a real push for federal funding on micromobility and how it's done. And there was 5 agencies they highlighted in there saying we were one of them. So we are trying to push that, but we're trying to do the new, and we are trying to make it better. And curb to curb is a great service. It helps a lot of our community that can't go and walk distance. And in areas where we have cul-de-sacs and walls where it might be quarter mile to walk to, that's just not a feasible area, we can give the vehicle actually into that curb and pick somebody up. But it's that cost versus the other, because as Bill pointed out, we only have set amount of sales tax. And right now we don't have enough sales tax as due to expand the BRT down without severely taking away service from others. So we do have hard decisions in the future. And, maybe sales tax continues to go up, may our recession, we're cutting things. So these are all, difficult areas that we have to deal with. I see lots of hands up, so I'm going to let Erica run through those.
Before you go, Mark, I'm going to make one more comment, and that is, and I apologize for the striking in the background. It is that time of day. But the way you're characterizing this is that the system is working perfectly, and we don't need to make changes. I mean, that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm seeing on these, and it seems as if we're justifying. So I'm still.
Yeah, not intended at all, and that's why we're spending the money we are to do our 5-year plan, and we always do. If you look at the last 5-year plan, we made significant changes within our services. We put new services in, we changed how we did services, we cut services, we added frequency, we adjusted routes, we added 2 BRTs since that last 5-year plan. So yeah, we are never stagnant. We never think we've done good enough. We always want to push that envelope.
Thank you.
Mark, I know there's a bunch of hands up, and I will come back around to kind of a follow-up, some follow-up thoughts for you, but Bill, and then Director Swallow, and then Chair Jordan.
Sorry, slow on the trigger. I just wanted to say, and I would be interested in hearing from the rest of the board members, but we have a very, very competent, knowledgeable staff here at RTC. One that I've learned exceeds our scale and level. And I think that some of the frustration sometimes that I've seen or experienced is between, a well-run, well-managed system, but a disconnect on what we're doing and why. And let me be specific on it. And I don't think, anybody being in a defensive position should be a concern. That's what we should be. We should have a conversation where people feel a bit defensive, because that means you're actually talking about stuff. But in the simplest way of thinking about it, Mark and his team provide you the most efficient system that's flexible and addresses efficiency. We may be talking about something where efficiency isn't the goal. It's something else. And that's the conversation that I'm hearing that we will be going back as your staff and looking at as we work with the consultant that we've retained to get a TOPS plan that is still going to be efficient, but it's going to be efficient in a way that we respond to what you desire for our community to have.
Okay, let's, I'd love to hear from some board commentary about Bill's points there, as well as we're kind of going around and talking about this stuff. Director Swallow.
Thank you. I don't normally weigh in on these conversations, so take this for what it is. As a transportation professional and a transit writer, I spend a lot of time thinking about transit, and Bill has had conversations with me offline about transit. I also had those conversations in Southern Nevada, and I do not envy our transit providers. It is a very difficult job. And so I appreciate that we are able to have these conversations and that we're taking the time to look and see how the transit system meets the needs of our communities. I've been thinking a lot about some of this conversation, and I love the thought about how do we meet the needs better and how do we use the tools that we have differently to meet those needs. But one of those things I think about as one of those transit riders that's like, I'm the only one on the bus, or I'm one of 3 on the bus at that off hour, is that having that fixed route enables me to plan for my ride and know that I can get home at any time. But it might be a giant bus, but it also allows the agency to maximize the use of the fleet that they have. So they have those 40-foot buses because of those peak hours. And should they have more of the smaller vehicle? Maybe. Or how do they maximize the use of what fleet that they have? And so that sometimes it might be a somewhat emptier bus, but should they have to buy a second vehicle for those off hours? So just I think about how do you maximize fleet usage while you still have optics issues. So I think about that. I think about the evening hours and knowing that there will be a bus to get me home at any time, or if you're a hospital or some sort of a shift worker, you have to work overtime and you rode the bus and normally you catch the 5:15, but now there's not another bus, and so trying to make sure we're thinking about that. I do think about transfer penalties. So when we're talking about microtransit, maybe getting you to a fixed route, thinking about how that might play in, because there is a transfer penalty. Anytime there's a time penalty to a transfer. And so being aware of what those look like, but there's also time penalties to fixed route transfers. So we may be able to figure out how to balance those. I like to, as I'm thinking about this, I like to often think about transit as something that we provide for our community members because people will need them. Similar to how we build sidewalks, or similar to how we have fire stations and police. Not everybody needs it every time, but all 3 of those are things that we have community members. So it's meeting a community need, and how do we make sure we meet that need, even though some of the routes may not be as productive as others. I do note, and we've seen it in other communities, when you improve headways, I am going from like a 30-minute route to a 15-minute route. When you improve reliability, you often do see significant increases in ridership. A 30-minute route, that automatically creates a longer transit time. If you're planning on leaving now, but the bus isn't going to be there for 30 minutes, you just added 30 minutes to your commute. So thinking about that. And then one thing Mark touched on at the end, when he was talking about the microtransit, the flex ride at door-to-door service, I think about this, and I talk about this a lot. One of those benefits is it can get to your house when maybe the walk to the bus stop otherwise might be a mile or more because of the cul-de-sac layouts of our community, and challenge us all to think about how we might permit our communities differently, how we might guide developers to build communities that are more accessible for transit. I live in a neighborhood in Vegas where there's a bus stop, I think, on the other side of the wall, and the wall is only about less than a quarter of a mile from the house. I've had conversations with my husband about jumping the wall, and he's like totally opposed to me jumping that wall, but otherwise it's a mile walk. And so how can we build our communities, and how can we work with our developers to make sure that our communities are accessible for those people who want to use fixed route and can use fixed route? And then as I'm thinking about fixed route versus micromobility, the one last thing I did want to say is fixed route is really good for general travel. If you're capable of riding fixed route, by all means, we should try to encourage that, because if I'm making plans to go to dinner tonight, I know I can catch the bus at 5:15 and it's going to get me to X, Y, or Z. I don't have to worry about trying to navigate a reservation system, trying to make sure that I'll be able to get a ride, all of those things. So I think it is very much a balance between all of the tools that we have, being cognizant of the resources that we have, the fleet management that we must do, and then thinking about the ways that we make sure on the other side, outside in our other roles, that we're making sure that the systems we're building work for the transit system we're trying to grow and develop.
Thank you. Awesome. I'm capturing all these points off to the side, by the way, so I'll pull this up in summary to see where we are. Chair Jordan and then Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you. And I think to the comments that were just made, I think it is back to data. I think we have so many different options as it relates to transit that, let's say, the fixed route system, which ultimately at the end of the day, we're trying to do things better. So how are we getting our on time and our increased and getting our missed trips decreased, but also being efficient? So let's say she missed for the day, the high usage fixed route is done. From a user standpoint, it should be as simple as Christina putting in that she is at X location and she needs to go to X location, and RTC provides her the option of what is available and most efficient for her in that moment. So it directs her to the nearest fixed route, if there is one, or is it the van pool that technology and data-wise shows you happens to be coming by that could grab her, or the flex ride, or is it a taxi buck? Is it a senior ride? All those sorts of things. I think technology is going to be the answer to all of these. I don't think it is, let's layer in more fixed routes during the off hours. I think it's what options can meet that user's needs, always keeping those most in need front of mind, to meet those off-peak usage routes with other transit opportunities on a digital platform that is in real time, door to door. I do think we can get there to meet those sorts of needs.
No, and Chairwoman, I want to kind of follow up onto your comments as well. I don't think Director Swallow is off base at all. I think that we plan as a society, we plan our days and try to do everything we can to be succinct in what we do. We make sure that we're to our jobs on time, our appointments on time, meetings on time, however we can do that. And we've got to work backwards and utilize that transit as is a foundational point in which we do. And I've said this time and time again from the dais, transportation is the nexus for everything we do in our life. We have to get to our doctor's appointment, grocery store, our jobs, our child's daycare. It doesn't matter where we're going. It is the nexus and how we, our community and our society has continued to evolve. And so transportation, we cannot build communities unless we have transportation, and we've always established that. But continuing to Director Swallow's point, my home in South Meadows, when I lived down in Demonte Ranch, my house, if I were to get out of my house to walk to the nearest bus stop, which would have been at the corner of Double Diamond and South Meadows Parkway, would have been a 2.5 mile walk. 2.5 mile walk for most individuals would take an hour. Just to, some individuals, whether they're elderly, and I'm 42 years of age, I could probably walk it in 20 minutes. However, that's 20 minutes I'd have to walk there, carrying whatever I need to do to get on the bus, which would not be a direct route. So that's an hour in my day, where I can probably, to your point, if I could find technology utilizing an ability to identify a flex ride or access or van pool to bring me to that point of origin quicker and more efficiently, that is really a quadrant system. And when you look at Reno and Sparks in comparison to Las Vegas proper, Henderson, they're much more on a grid system in Las Vegas in Clark County than we are here in Reno and Sparks, very much so. We have very few lateral, long, elongated streets that allow for quick access for our bus routes, for our fixed routes. You talk about roads in Damani Ranch, there's more curves and turns down here than, you know, any other bus would have to deal with in Las Vegas. And so even there, from Southern RTC to Northern RTC, very different. And then secondly, when we look at the data, you know, we keep going back and saying, you know, the data's got to drive the decision. The data's got to drive the decision. Well, when you talk about new innovative processes, before utilizing data is one place to know where you've been, but not often will it tell you where you're going to have to go. You have to sometimes take leaps of faith and separate yourself based upon understanding of what you know isn't working, and then try to, you know, either counter balance that or maneuver differently. But, you know, like Director Swallow said, as a transit rider, I ride transit when I'm in DC, I ride it when I'm in other communities, and I love transit. I think it's some of the easiest way. I'd rather ride transit than have to park a car, find a parking lot, rent, drag, you know, it's a nightmare. Salt Lake City is one of my favorite places to ride transit, but we just don't have it efficiently done here in Reno, and just because I don't utilize it, need it, and I don't have quick access to it, honestly. And so in that plan, a lot of our population doesn't get to utilize it because it's one, inefficient, and it's not somewhere accessible for them. Very different than it is in the valley and down in Las Vegas. Most of the valley is, you know, efficiently located close to somewhere they can get to a fixed route or something of that nature. A lot of our valley cannot. Commissioner Hartung lives in a spot I know where he lives. He cannot adequately get to a fixed route road. There are places in our North Valleys cannot get to a fixed route route where Commissioner or Chairwoman Jordan lives, cannot get to a fixed route very easily. So there, to say that access is paramount, it is. But you have to have access to start the process. And we continue to go and build routes and build stops and ADA compliance and the money that keeps compiling to do those things. And yet the ridership continues to topple down because you don't have the collective group of individuals in a condensed area. To your point, Director Swallow, we have to start looking at development differently in the sense of we've got to develop better around our community than letting this sprawl and then trying to put transit to all the sprawl. It doesn't work that way. So if we're going to continue to plan like this and continue to sprawl and continue to build into these outlying corners, that's fine. But the way we're doing transit is not going to continue to suffice the way we're planning. We're going in two different directions. So we either continue to build roads and adequately do that, or we do transit differently, but we're wasting money trying to do both and not adequately fulfilling anybody's needs. And when you talk about planning too, you can plan ahead, and if you miss something, I always plan, but things happen in my life, and I have to stop, redirect, adapt, and just kind of figure out how to change that. And I think our society has seen that over the last 2 years. We've had to stop, redirect, and be dynamic with our lives, whether it's a virtual meeting, whether it's meeting our doctors from 6 feet away, or whatever we need to do. We've become an adaptive society. To say that we have to always do what we've always done is not a thought process that I think that RTC or anybody should adopt. And you and I believe you are a very intelligent woman, and I trust you dearly, and I love some of our conversations. I just think that you and I inherently are differently on this discussion, because I think fixed route is important. I do think it's important. I just don't think that it is as important and paramount as it ever has been in our society. I think we're moving away from that, and we need to figure out a way to do that, because driving a 60-foot bus down Double Diamond does not suffice the needs of the community anymore, at least not here in Washoe County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you for all the comments. And again, I'll pull up some summaries here in just a quick second. We haven't heard from Mayor Lawson or Council Member Delgado. I'm not sure if either of you would like to weigh in. You probably would have if. Go for it, Oscar. Oh.
Thanks for calling me out, Erica. No, I appreciate it. I was really just, taking it all in, everyone's comments. Without beating the horse to death, I think there are definitely opportunities for us to run more efficient routes for many of our families and kids and seniors. And I think there's also a big, huge communication gap between what we do and how we're trying to communicate that to our general public. I, for one, as quite often get confused with the differences between access, ride, flex, routes. You end up getting a menu of options, and sometimes you just kind of throw your hands up and say, I'm just gonna, take the cab or ask somebody for a ride, right? And then, because at times also from what I hear from the public is we have all these options and then half of them are not available. And so where do you go for these menu of opportunities and changes? And sometimes that confuses and gets frustrating for individuals as well. And so an opportunity to better communicate, especially when changes are being made within communities is vital to make sure that their usership goes up. I definitely agree that there's opportunities for to move away from fixed routes and maybe on the outer scopes spheres of community of our community, but I definitely think into what I believe Mark Maloney and several others have said is some fixed routes need to continue to be there in the long term. The other piece too is I think opportunities is really working on the various changes that we have in terms of land use. Right now things change on our agenda every other month. Sometimes people are asking for land use changes, and that could dramatically change bus routes or just change efficiencies. And I don't think we're quick enough on some of those points. We're building affordable housing opportunities on the outskirts of our region, putting people in places that aren't necessarily fair to them, but that's the place where they can afford rent, but then they can't get anywhere. And it's for us to be more thoughtful about where we're building these affordable housing opportunities and getting people from A to B is something I think sometimes is kind of put to the side, and we could do a better job of doing those pieces. But I mean, I just pulled up my phone and looked at on my iPhone and looked at maps and saw where it took me right now, my office to Belly Deli. And it gave me options. It said take Route 14, and it's going to take me, I want to say 30 minutes to get there on Route 14. But if I was going to walk, it was going to take me, 20 minutes on Route 12 from where I am right now to Belly Deli. I think is, again, communicating that to anybody in the community. If you could pull that up on your Google Maps app and say, I'm right here, located right here, and how long is it going to take me to get on this route, riding bikes and so on. I just think communication is a big void that we're not considering. But if we don't take the risk of doing these new innovative programs, then we won't ever see usership go up, because you take those risks and those opportunities to kind of pull people into it. But again, I agree with what everybody's saying. I don't want to beat this horse to death, but I think I appreciate these conversations about communication is a huge piece to any time we're trying to get people to buy into our ridership.
Awesome. Thank you. Mayor Lawson.
Well, this should be a workshop all by itself. This is a very complicated issue. I agree. I think we need to blow the thing up and start over from the brick one and build a better system. At Sparks, we are taking those steps to condense our housing, and public transportation is a huge part of it. And Bill's well aware of the places that we want to put some public transportation in Sparks. But we're looking at a system that we put $45 million into each year for 25,000 passengers. That's around $1,800 a year. At 1,900 passengers, it's almost $2,400 a year. And if there's a to and a fro, and those numbers are the same person twice a day, we're in essence, supplementing $3,600 to an individual that rides the bus each year, or $2,000 or $4,800. So to me, there's some huge inefficiencies here that need to be looked at. We have long routes for buses. Maybe we run the long buses in shorter, routes, and short buses in the other routes. I mean, we're going back to that efficiency, saying if it takes you an hour to go around one route, maybe we cut it in half. And so there's so much to talk about here. that I don't think we're even going to scratch the surface. And quite frankly, this needs to be a very robust conversation in a workshop by itself, in my mind. And I'd like to bring in some of the public and the writing public to know what would it take for you to decide that you want to ride the bus again, or for the first time in many cases. That's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Chair Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I tend to agree with Mayor Lawson. This is such a much larger discussion of which we need input from those that use the system or consider or might use the system, and what are the reasons why they're not. And I would guess many of those that have never ridden the system have no idea of the options and opportunities available to them and the conveniences therein. My one question that I have here, which really does speak to the educational side and the information side, when we look at our annual riders, how many of those are riders that are a consistent rider, they're not new, versus someone who's a one-off sort of rider? Mark, do we have like a percentage, someone that's and I'm going back to my communication piece, I guess, is where this is headed.
Yeah, just a quick survey data is kind of old on that since we've done like an onboard, but it's very, very high as a consistent rider, 97, 98%. I don't think it's really changed. We don't get a lot of visitor one-off riding. So our services, and that's where you kind of hear, people expect the X bus to be there at 5:15, and it's kind of makes the difficult conversation that we're having, and why the public input into the TOPS program is so valuable of who's writing it and what they really want to see, because you have a constituent that has been writing, needs our service, and has been doing it for decades. And you do not want it to stop them to have that ability. You want to enhance and make it, better. And new services such as the Uber Senior Ride or the Flex Ride, that's where we put a lot of advertising dollars and money into, because of the communication. And it's hard for people to learn something new or try something different.
And Mark, you're absolutely right. But that's also encouraging, because that means there is a large, vast majority of our riders that I think if they knew the more convenient or efficient or available opportunities, change, it bothers everybody, let's be honest. But just like I said, going back to the seniors, it was an initial, oh my gosh, this is absolutely horrific. And then they learned of the things available to them and some of the opportunities. And there is a little bit of an educational curve. Once they got on board with that, they were thrilled with some of the options and opportunities. So that's encouraging. I just didn't know how many were new. I mean, we always want to expand new riders, but all right, that's my only question. Thank you.
I mean, we'd love to get a bigger part of the guest market, no doubt about it as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Delgado is spot on. It's about communication, and it's about relaying the message of what's available out there, in the sense that, but the rollout is just $1. That's $1 sign. It's about how much money you're willing to contribute. If you go back and look at what we have done during the pandemic to get people to wear masks, and we put money towards it. We changed people's habits and directives, all because we put money and put a narrative behind it and changed the discussion point. So changing a discussion point and training people, young, old, or whatever, doesn't have any impact other than $1 sign. You got to pick the $1 sign that you're willing to contribute to change people's habits. And if you can, and you provide a new service, then people will maneuver. But you got to be able to put the money behind it. That's all there is to it.
Bill, go ahead.
So I think we're at a good point. I feel like we're at a good point. I think we've got a lot of good information from you. I think you all are spot on when you say this is far from over, but it was never intended to be over today. So I'm very comfortable if we move on from here, that we understand where your minds are and where you want to go. And, Mark's heard this. We have a consultant on board. It's not a consultant to do what we've always done. This is somebody who can help us as an asset to redirect this. And there will be more conversations coming forward before we get to the decision point. But I feel very good about what we've learned today.
Exactly. No, I definitely appreciate it. And I think the good part of it is it's not a single decision point. This is a 5-year plan and we're all going to be evolving. And it's getting the future figured out as best as we can, but it's going to be a constant shifting and moving on that. Just kind of a note, because we did hear about, diesel buses, emissions and things. Just on the good news note, by the end of February, we're going to be 100% alternative fuel, either full electric or electric diesel hybrid. And the diesel electric hybrids run 35% of their time on full electric. So we are doing very good things in the way of the emissions for our fixed route system. So I know it's easy to throw out which is where we're at, but we've definitely taken a lot of stride and progress into that area. So hopefully we are more of an emission solution than the opposite.
Sure, Jordan, can I just throw one more monkey wrench into this?
I would be upset if you didn't.
Okay. So we keep talking about, and Mark, and I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but we keep talking about our buses and, and what we're going to do. Villanova is done. We can no longer park any more buses there. If we expand, we're done. So we have to find new land. We have to build it. We have to develop it. And then we have to find a more adequate facility to house these things, which is a cost. And which land, as Mayor Lawson has pointed out multiple times, not available. And what Commissioner Delgado pointed out is way outside of our community. So we keep talking about getting these buses and these, economic, but they keep getting bigger and bigger. And Chair Jordan's getting mad at me, but I think the double deckers are just way out of our league. You can't even handle those things. But we keep trying to build these bigger buses, but we can't even house the ones we have. And that's a problem. So we got to have a thought process of that too. Where do we house these pieces of equipment? Because they're assets to us that are operated by our operator, because they're out of sight, out of mind, because our Keolis or whoever our operator who holds us hostage most often is operating these things. We don't think about them, but we got to make sure that these assets have a place to live. And so that comes down to a real estate discussion as well. So, we can't lose thought of that. Just because the buses are efficient and different things like that, having a maintenance facility is another discussion. We've got to continue to be part of the transit discussion as well.
Yes, that just makes a very good point. And we are planning for that and working towards how to do that, how to move. Obviously, we have probably a 2038, maybe Commissioner Swallow can jump on her phase 4 of spaghetti wool of how the timing is. It keeps shifting a bit, but we do actually have obviously a deadline that we've got to get to. I don't know if the public transportation program slide, Erica, if you have that one, because I think this is where the board, I think, has helped us make those choices financially to get to that point. And this is a kind of a more of a off the cuff, not a.
Yeah, but Mark, I'm not talking about today. I'm not talking about the next 4 years, what we need to do as of immediate. I'm talking about 20-year strategic planning, continuing, because we'll build one facility in the future to house what we have. That's great. We'll move Villanova. We have no choice. That's a predetermined thing. I'm talking about once we get in 30 years from now, when none of these board members exist anymore, and we have a different discussion when we have to build another facility somewhere in the south to mirror the one in the north to facilitate the buses to continue to suffice the capacity. So you can't say that just because we've got the plan for today works, it doesn't. So we've got to have a long-term strategy, because if we're going to keep buying buses, let's keep buying buses, but let's have we got to have a discussion about the facilities and where those assets live. So I'm talking 30 south on foot level, not Villanova and what tomorrow is. I'm talking about, I know we're going to change the spaghetti bowl. I know we've got to move that facility. That's a predetermined. I'm talking 30,000 foot strategic.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because you're right. First step is we'll know we have to be able to put our fleet that we know on the fixed route. But what we've talked a lot about today is the expansion. Is that a fleet of 60 minivans, a fleet of a bunch of cutaways? Is it taxi-sized sedans? So yeah, where are we going to house those, and where are they going to be? Because obviously we need to stay within a core because it's cost effective on the fixed route side, because all of our pullouts for the most part are 4th Street Station. So we need to be close to that. But if we're looking at as we spread out there, we have a hub of sedans that have to be in the south. We're going to need a facility that fits that size for that type of service. So you're 100% correct that we've got to be looking, long term on these things and where
we
it does go.
or we no longer own the assets and we just have and we subsidize them.
Right. Yeah, like we do for the senior, like we do with the senior ride. It's a subsidy package instead of us housing and actually owning facilities. So yep, very good point.
I'm going to pause this for just a quick sec. Hands up. Yes, we're going to take a break. I think there's a slide somewhere I need to go to. So let's do like all of these at the same time. Which slide should I reference? And while you put that, if you could put that in chat for me, please, Chair Jordan, go ahead. And then we'll take a break in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And to Commissioner Lucy's point, I do think we always have to look to where the large buses live, get maintained, et cetera. But I mean, the thought of the other transit options, the smaller, whatever they are, the van pools, I don't think we operate under every flex ride, every van pool, every paratransit, all of those have to go back like the buses kind of do. I'll go back to live at their home base or whatever. I think it should likely operate more on a REMSA style, dispersed throughout the community, sort of, so that when you get to almost the AVL, automatic vehicle locator style, Uber style, what's the closest, most appropriate transit opportunity, they move from an ecosystem of flexibility and where you aren't required to have so much real estate to house them every day. But RTC has a lot of remnant parcels, which are strangely shaped and scattered throughout the community. So how are we marrying all of that, with park and rides? I think there's opportunities here, but to Commissioner Lucy's point is, I think we're looking way beyond 5 years from now, 15 years from now. We're looking at a system that is just dramatically different. And we just have to kind of click our minds off. And staff has done a tremendous job. I mean, we have the best staff around, and they are going to be our partners in this just systematic change and the visioning of it. It is our job as the board to lay out the vision. It is the staff's job to execute on it. And so that's kind of where we are with that. But I think there's opportunities. This is exciting. It's scary, but it's also quite exciting.
But I think you make a good point. Our van pool program has 285 vehicles that Enterprise leases directly to a driver. Those go home to every driver out around our area. They're not in one spot. They're not on a facility. So that's a perfect point.
So I think the comment that Mayor Lawson made and also that Bill made, massive topic. We were not going to, get too far, but I actually think we're gelling around some pretty clear direction from the board, quite frankly. So I'm going to just put up a slide to leave up while we take break. If you wouldn't mind just skimming it at some point to see if there's any points that I didn't capture. I'll summarize it when we come back, but let's take, Chair, should we take 10 minutes? So to 11:45.
That works. See you at 11:45.
Okay, 11:45. All right, everybody, if you can hear me, we're going to pull it back in. We'll know you're here if we see your camera on, and there we go. Perfect.
Erica, just to chime in really quickly, I read through your notes. I think, everything that we've kind of conveyed in the last couple hours on transit is very much conveyed within your notes. So I think they're on point. I don't have any changes to them.
Thank you for that feedback. And just kind of as a general point, I just want to make sure that nothing majorly was missed, and certainly let's, more about intent than wordsmithing. And I won't read them because you can see them here, but just as long as you feel like I captured the key points, that would be awesome. And if I didn't, let me know.
You definitely captured the direction. I think the intent and the key, the content needs to be filled by staff, but I think the intent and direction is definitely captured within the notes.
Awesome. Thank you. I know I'll hear from you if there's anything to add on this. We do want to move to one of the next topics, but Bill, maybe I'll just ask for your feedback. I think we can see the key points here. Is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I think all of this is a work in process. We have this as our start jumping off tool. We have the communication, which is recorded. So we have all the tools we need, I think, to make sure that we're on target from what was said. Let us move through.
Erica and Bill, could I ask one question? So, and maybe Mark has some of this data. I know we put out a survey asking about the changes in the transit system. Did that survey, I glanced at it, I don't remember the question. Did it ask, are you a current user of the system?
Yes, it did.
Okay, it did. Okay, I just want to make sure we are soliciting from those. I mean, it would, those are the who have the lived experience. So, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually had a very high response. It's been more difficult to get non-transit riders. They've been putting a special effort to try to get additional, but like I said, we got double the response we did at the last short range transit plan. So we're quite happy. And I think it'll be good when we take it back out for the next survey.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I am going to move us along. We are going to jump in to the next topic, which is another not small one, but I do think that there's some direction we can gain in the next hour and 15 minutes that we have, really around the regional role of RTC. And I'll just pull the questions up for just a quick second. We're going to tackle these two and see if we have time for the third one, but likely we won't. So we're going to focus on these two, which is the first one, which is specifically in relation to local and regional balance. How do we balance local wants versus regional needs and ensure fairness across jurisdictions? That's the first question. The second one is, should RTC play a bigger role and be part of planning our community's future in relation to land development and transit corridors? We heard that topic come up a couple minutes ago. With that, let's do the first one, which is local and regional balance. Bill, I'm going to ask if you could please just add a little bit of narrative there for us to get us heading in the right direction. I know this is a topic that's nearly and dear to everybody's heart.
Yeah, so maybe just some examples to get the conversation going. So I've heard from different elected officials, not ones that are on our board, that there's a perception, and to be honest, I kind of had it myself before I came into RTC, that RTC is rich, has plenty of money to do everything, that somehow we as an agency are the resource to do everything everybody wants and they can't get done in their own local world. And so that was a bit troubling to me because, it's not a nefarious thing. It's just people aren't understanding how much we have on our plate to get done to satisfy the community. The second thing is that, like I said in my opening statement there, I think there's such a major role for us to play in working together, because I don't believe any of the local government staffs have, or even probably NDOT, have the resources to cover all the issues that each of you deal with in your local government role, and they probably never will. So, the idea that we're all tackling the same problem at the same level just seems like a very inefficient way in the regional world. And what we need is that help from, starting from you as what I would think and what I've seen is the best regional board. I'm not trying to, be negative on anybody, but I think this is a really good regional board. How do we make it even better in the context of getting things done that doesn't cause resentment, doesn't cause frustration, but moves the regional transportation network forward the way it needs to. So hopefully that's enough to light the fuse.
Okay, so the direction we're looking for, I just put the topic in the chat just to kind of keep us anchored, but local versus regional fairness across jurisdictions. And Commissioner Lucy, I'm sure you have some thoughts on this. Kick us off, please.
I always do. Thank you, Erica. And Mr. Thomas, I think that, obviously RTC is misunderstood as a bank. We're not a bank. We provide a service, and we have a lot of priorities in which we have to maintain to continue to provide the services that we do to the community. However, I think that there is a way that we need to better organize our organization so that we can do that and continue to fulfill the needs of the community and our sister community and our municipalities, not our sister government agencies, because RTC is the RTC of Washoe County, which is through a local agreement through Washoe County, Sparks, and Reno to facilitate transportation needs. You're not a bank and you're not a fourth government. What you are, however, is a resource in which we can continue to compile building our roads and providing those transit sources. What we've had over years of planning that have, whether that's misunderstanding of growth or not being able to adapt quick enough to the growth that we've experienced, is that we've got this kind of convoluted understanding of the transit system. We've got roads that are state-owned, we've got roads that are county-owned, we've got roads that are city-owned, we've got roads that are RTC maintained. It's challenging. What we need is a divergent from that and a really focused understanding of how do we clean up who owns what and how and where the priorities lie and who should be maintaining what. Cities should maintain their roads, counties should maintain their roads, RTC should maintain the arterials, and the state should maintain the major roads, which are the freeways, right? I-80 and 395, plain and simple. State should not be maintaining Holcomb Ranch Road or Huffaker. That's not in their bailiwick. It takes resources away from them. It shouldn't be maintaining McCarran. That should be an RTC thing. Those are things that we need to focus on redefining what the system is. We've just allowed the system to kind of convene and continue to grow like a mangrove. And our root system is just, we need to stop and reorganize completely from the ground up. Who owns what? Who's going to maintain what, and what the priorities are going to be. That's really what the local and the regional understanding should be going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of dovetail on Commissioner Lucy's comments. I think we've done a poor job of capturing capacity needs.
You froze.
We lost him. Okay.
Hartung, your screen froze. You may need to reboot if you can hear me.
Well, let's give him a minute to come back in. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we totally lost him there. Hopefully he'll be logging back in here. I tend to agree, and I'm looking at it kind of from a user's standpoint, the end user that either has a question or a concern about a road maintenance issue or a capacity issue or what have you. I think they get frustrated with a response of, well, that's not in the city, that's in the county, or that's not a county road, that's an NDOT road. And it's kind of this ping pong. And at the end of the day, they don't care. They just want to ensure that the issue with their road, safety issue, pothole issue, expansion issue, whatever it is, that someone is getting back to them with communication and something's getting addressed. So I tend to agree. I mean, when NDOT does a traffic study of West 4th Street, where it's the Reno and county users, and it's just a very strange process, and it's difficult to connect all the dots for the end user and have it make sense, and they just get ping ponged around. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Lucy. And I think I heard Vaughn come back on.
Yes, sorry, technology, I don't know. I'm supposed to have a high-speed connection. Thank you, Spectrum. What I was saying though is we have all of these subdivisions adding capacity, and I've got one guy now, he wants to add, it's 140 houses, but then I've got another one who wants to add 300 houses, and then you go down into Sparks and there's 5 ridges, and there's which is, I don't know, 17 or 1800 houses, all adding capacity on the Pyramid Highway, all adding ADTs on the Pyramid Highway. And nobody's keeping track of what the capacity is, because they'll do an engineering study, they'll do a traffic study, and they'll go, well, gee, there's plenty of capacity, but it's done in a 24-hour time period because that road's ability to carry capacity at 2 o'clock in the morning is 0. There's no ADTs, or very few ADTs, and we're really screwing ourselves because the system itself has forced us to all be disconnected, as opposed to it goes through kind of a central bank where we say, okay, this is going to add capacity, this is going to add capacity, and maybe we need to change user fees. Maybe we need to update how we charge developers. And I know everybody's going to cry and they're going to say, well, wait a minute, that's going to cut into affordable housing. Look, I'm sorry about that. But then they'll turn right around and they'll complain that too many houses are going in, and it takes them too long to get to town. And then they'll turn right around and complain that they moved here to get away from growth. I mean, it's this endless loop of not paying attention. And Christina, I apologize, but if these conditions existed the way that they do in Northern Nevada, in Southern Nevada, they'd have been fixed a long time ago. I'm sorry. I've been down. My sister lives there. I grew up there. I've looked at how capacity works down there. I know it's busy, but man, you guys have great roads, and I'd go on bended knee to get the same considerations. Thank you.
Christina, go ahead.
I feel like I need to say something after we had multiple people talk about the challenges with the process. So there are indeed challenges with the process, and that is because roads that were previously roads that would be appropriate to be, and it was a state highway, it went from here to there and there wasn't a lot of development along it, are no longer that same context. That is for lots of different reasons. And yet those roads that are the state highways, the extent of input that we have in terms of the development that occurs along those is minimal at best. If that development has an access point on the corridor, we have a permitting role. But if their access point, if they figure that out and they put their access point on an adjacent corridor, or maybe they're like half a mile off, but all of those cars still come on to the corridor, we have limited, we have no input into the decisions that are being made. Further, I guess the one place that there is, it's through the tip, and we look at how we harmonize and then feeding that into the STIP, and we look at, what is the availability of funding, and we all know that there's not enough funding. So yes, the system is broken. I did bring up, it's interesting because I gave an example about when I ride transit in Vegas, and I think everybody forgot that I also spend quite a bit of time up here and ride the transit system up here. And I have to drive to get the bus when I ride transit up here, because even though I have a short walk to what would be maybe a corridor for a transit, there isn't a transit route on that corridor. And I don't know that it would be a very productive route even if there was. So I do spend equal amount of time up here and use the transportation system regularly and do see how it works and how it doesn't work. I think there's lots of opportunity to figure out how we could work better together to make those decisions about land use and about growth, because I think that's what the core underlying challenge is, because there just simply aren't enough resources, whether it's RTC resources, whether it's city or county resources, or whether it's state resources. There's just not enough money, nor do I really think we want to build the roads that might be built if there was enough money, because that has other challenges associated with it. So I'm here, I'm at the table, I'm willing to have the conversations about how we might be able to fix the system to make it work better, and to make sure that the transportation system as a whole works for everybody, and how it might be better to address some of those challenges regarding affordability, not just housing affordability, but housing and transportation. You really have to look at the combination of the two. Happy to have conversations. I had a conversation with Commissioner Lucy a couple weeks ago, I think that was, and I know I threw a suggestion out on the table. I don't think he bid at it, but it would be something that might be of value moving forward. So
no, I think what Director Swallow brought forward in our meeting was fantastic. I think there needs to be a more regional understanding, and let NDOT have a process in reviewing all of development within all of our municipalities. There has to be, because right now, as to Commissioner Hartung's point, we feel that it's all going to some central bank, right? Reno thinks it's going to some central bank that NDOT's paying attention to, and Washoe County thinks that Reno's paying attention to, when we're not. No one's paying attention to it. And the regional road impact fee, the RIF credits that Commissioner Hartung has been talking about for years, has been a way for developers to think that they're, look, I paid into my RIF credits, I got my RIF credits, that's how they're tracking me. And we all kind of go on our merry way. Look, we all have a lot of things to do, and Director Swallow, you have a ton of things to do. And I appreciate our conversation. I think that what you offered is fantastic. We have
for the record.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, what I suggested is that perhaps NDOT should have a role in reviewing development and making comments, if not requirements. We don't want to look at everything at all, but there should be a threshold at some point. If it's over 100 daily trips, if it's over 500 daily trips, some sort of a threshold wherein whether it has a driveway on Pyramid or it's a mile and a half away from Pyramid, ultimately those cars find their way to Pyramid or McCarran or to Holcomb. So, but what is that threshold of projects wherein no matter where they're located, they do have to, and then we could say, look, we don't think those roads are going to hit the network, we're good. Or we could say those trips are going to hit the network and this is what it's going to take to accommodate them, address them, be aware of what their impact would be.
Well, and Director Swallow too, Chairwoman Jardin has done this for years. I mean, she has been screaming from the mountaintops and has been really the champion about the Spaghetti Roll Express, along with you and your department, to bring that to fruition. However, that has been a topic of discussion, and we keep adding development that is going to impact, being I-80 is already a national corridor that runs from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. We have 395 and I-580. We've been putting continual impact on it. We've tried to put direct different through the Southeast connector. We're discussing, options of the Northeast connector and different, viabilities. But what we're doing is putting more capacity onto your roads, but yet you don't get to have a conversation or a participation in the conversation in regards to how that development looks. Now, obviously, that's a little bit skewed from an understanding of, like, I don't want you to say what my developer should be doing within my own jurisdiction, because that would be a power struggle. But realistically, it only hurts me in the long run for not to have you in the conversation, because you have to maintain it, you have to continue to evolve it, you have to continue to provide the service. And then I come screaming at you 10 years later because you didn't expand my turning lanes. My on-ramps are only one lane. I need two. You know, those are the kinds of things. Like I sat there for an hour with Director Swallow yelling at her about the South Meadows, and I'm like, but these are issues that were discovered and discussed well before her and I even took office. And so that's a different discussion altogether, is that NDOT's never had a place at the table realistically as it pertains to development, because in the South Meadows, I can tell you there's about 6 exits that she knows intimately that I have a problem with. And and she lives it. She lives it. She gets on those intersections. Yet the city of Reno, and this is no slight at the city of Reno, but we're allowing more growth in the city of Reno in the South Meadows. That's going to complicate some of the issues in Damani Ranch and those areas that are only going to compile and compound the issues that are already on those exits. But yet NDOT hasn't had a chance, other than they can say, well, currently today there's capacity, but in 20 years, yeah, you're going to be in a problem.
And there's no way to collect any funding to help offset the costs of the needed infrastructure that's related to that new development. So I'm willing to listen to the solutions. I'm willing to have the conversation. Let's figure this out, because I think if we can figure it out together, we'll have better outcomes for our community as a whole.
Commissioner Hartung and then Bill.
Thank you, Erica. Yeah, and I think you know, Commissioner Lucy and Director Swallow, I mean, you guys are spot on. So the question is how do we come up with a process? And I was thinking about maybe regional planning, but I don't think regional is the right place to have this conversation, because then everything becomes almost a project of regional significance, and it has to go for regional conformance review, and that becomes really sticky, and it really just kind of bogs the whole system down. But maybe what we do is we all agree, all of our planning agencies agree that, look, it's just like every other box that has to be ticked off when some type of permit comes in, is how is this going to affect regional roads? And board, maybe we do enact a different system, because I think RIF system has been broken for years. And thank you for bringing that up, Bob, because I mean, I've been screaming from the rooftops about how the RIF system, we created this fiat currency. And at first we weren't managing it. We didn't even know how many RIF credits were out there and how they were being spent and who was trading them from one hand to another. I mean, it was really not managed well at all. That's not this agency. It's previous agencies. And I mean, it's going way, way, way back. That said, I think there needs to be a review so that NDOT can determine how it's going to affect its regional road systems that belong to the state. RTC needs to understand how it's going to affect its regional road systems, not just our personal, you know, in each one of the jurisdictions, and then you know, pay some kind of an impact fee that goes to offset that, so that there is this pool of money to deal with roads like Pyramid Highway, Mount Rose Highway, you know, 4th Street, and others. I mean, because look, and I'm willing to share my part of the fault here, because we've added ADTs to those roads. And to Director Swallow's point, I remember when Pyramid Highway was 2 lanes, and it was going out through the middle of nowhere, you know, heading, you know, ultimately out to Gerlach, and then of course it was widened to 4 lanes in the late 80s. And the capacity issues, I mean, it was great. We lived out here with I mean, it was, you didn't even have to blink to get to town, because there were no lights, no nothing. And now, as growth has occurred, we have not addressed as a region with the state how we deal with some of those issues. And it's, to Commissioner Lucy's point, it's only going to compound. It's only going to get worse. So we've got to start talking to one another. And I'm sorry. I mean, I can point out a whole bunch of places on the Pyramid Highway that Sparks has changed traffic patterns that affect the way people get into town. And I hear it from both, you know, Sparks residents and Washoe County residents that, it's just not being addressed properly. And we're all pushing it off to the state and saying, well, hey, look, NDOT, it's your responsibility, not ours. So we've definitely got to have some different conversations. Thank you.
So I think, we get into all this road impact fee and all this stuff. Vegas has done a very good job, but a lot of that they put back on the development by and I'm gonna just drew a blank, but they actually assign it to the homeowners to build that infrastructure. They take out a bond. We're about to have this discussion on Monday in Sparks. There's some $9 billion worth of bonds issued in Vegas for infrastructure.
Is it an SAD, Ed?
SAD, thank you. And something we have not really done very much of up here. It's a new strategy that we really got to think about, especially if we're talking about the Northeast connector with the road from La Posada over to USA Parkway. If we get a land spill and we have infrastructure to go in for industrial east of Sparks, how do we pay for all those roads? It's got to go back on the landowners, I think, eventually. It's something we haven't done. My one worry in all of this is, much like we've had issues with inter departments, agency issues and building permits, like when the health department decided that they're going to do something different and the Tumwa was going to do something different, and all of a sudden our permits went from 3 months to a year. Is this a precedent that could happen? So I'm looking at the unintended consequences. I think there should be a discussion somehow, but I also don't think that the development should rest with the state having the ability to say no, which also scares me that goes to the state legislature. And then there's more far overreaching things that the legislature does because it works in this one particular area, which we've seen, like the craziest bill that passed in the last session was that we're required now to do a walking tour of our neighborhoods to look at our curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and parks. That's just being out of touch in my mind. Is what does the city of Sparks and city of Reno do every single day? But we take inventory of our curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and parks. And that's what we do. So the unintended consequences I worry about, but I understand the need for some input. And if there's a way to do that without holding up the process, we're in an enviable place where we have to grow. If we don't grow, we die. There's no in between. We cannot stay stagnant. Our property taxes go down, everything, then we can't keep up with inflation. And so we continually have to grow until that problem gets solved. We are in an enviable place where we're going to continue to grow, and we're going to have to continue at exponential rates to grow. And that infrastructure is the last part of that growth, because you don't feel the pain till the people are in there. So we got to look at a different strategy from the cities and county perspective also. And that was a long
Lots of
way.
hands up. That was great. A lot of folks want to chime in. So Chair Jordan and then Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you very much. And I think everybody's kind of hit it on the head. I do think we have to work more towards how the jurisdictions are working together with all the universal needs. I think this board actually does a pretty good job of understanding the regional needs and not being so sort of fiefdom, jurisdictionally stingy and saying, I got to get mine over here in Reno and it's going to be at the deficit of what the county may need. I think this board has actually been pretty fair in looking at the global sort of infrastructure needs from the RTC standpoint, but the NDOT portion of it and their inclusion in some of the discussions does need to be augmented and looked at differently, because I'll give an example. Everybody wants more density and infill at or around or inside the McCarran Ring. Well, the McCarran Ring is an NDOT road, and I know they did a big study on the north side of McCarran to talk about safety issues and capacity issues. And we'll get to the end of that study, which I believe has already been completed, and then there'll be there's no funding there to actually do any of the improvements. So that those are difficult discussions to have with community members that are like, well, you just put in, 400 more units. Clearly the study says there's some capacity or safety issues, and everybody goes, well, ain't no money to fix it. And it goes back to Ed's comment, and I know nobody likes to say this, and nobody wants to talk about the elephant in the room. Our tax structure is broken. It is broken. And we continue to spin to try to correct it and plug holes, and it's like the kid with the finger in the dike. The system needs an overhaul. It starts at the state level. That's a monster people don't seem to want to tackle. I'm a fiscal conservative all day long, and that is the broken component that I think could help a lot of issues. But I agree. Let's work with Christina and NDOT and see how we can marry these things up. Because Bob Lucy's comments were spot on. That we're, again, back to our earlier conversation about transit, we got to be looking 30 years down the road, which is, I think, this agency's point, is to look that far down the road, and pun intended with the road. But we have to do a better job of coordinating our assets and our resources.
Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. And to Mayor Lawson's point, and perhaps I mischaracterized this. I didn't mean to say that the state gets to say no, but potentially there needs to be some way to assess an impact fee that goes into a fund that pertains directly to the roadway that has been impacted. And so again, if you're building in the Spanish Springs area, ultimately there's only a couple of ways, well, 3 ways out of the valley. It's either Vista, Sparks Boulevard, or Pyramid. And we all know that most of the people try to get out of the valley using Pyramid, but unless you're on the far east side. But ultimately, most of those trips are still trying to reach a state road, no matter how you slice it. For me, I use Pyramid, and then I use McCarran. And so our staff has talked about a SAD, but we also need to have a way to capture those trips that are outside the SAD, because as you well know, a lot of people from outside the community use Pyramid Highway. I see a throng of ATV users on the weekends heading out to the Moon Rocks, and they're all coming from California. And I don't know how we capture those trips. They are putting stress on the system. They're not that daily stress, but they are putting stress on the system. And then there's people that live in the region that are trying to get out to Pyramid. And so there's other, and again, I just use the Pyramid Highway, Mount Rose Highway. Look at how many people are using Mount Rose Highway to access Lake Tahoe and get up to Incline Village and to go to the ski resorts and etc. So this is a tough conversation, but we've got to come up with some solutions. And I agree with the chair. Our tax system, it's upside down. Everybody wants to complain about how much they're paying in taxes, but reality is, I mean, if you go to Texas or you go to some of these other places, man, we're not even a quarter of what they pay in some of those other areas. And the problem is that we're always going to get accused of the more taxes we get, the more money we spend, and we spend it, flippantly. So we've just, this is a tough conversation. I'm glad we're having it. Thank you.
Awesome. I've got summary comments going on as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Lucy, and then Billy, you've had your hand up for a while. Let's go for it.
I'm going to make one just brief comment, and trying to be understanding, nothing I hate more than coming to a strategic planning session and just sitting here and complaining and whining about all the problems. We're meant to be leaders and try to provide solutions and ways forward. And, more often than not, I feel like I'm yelling at Christina about fix it, fix it, fix it. And she's looking in her bag of tricks going, I don't have anything to offer. It's a challenge. And so realistically, what a strategic session should be and what we should be trying to accomplish today. And Ed, to your point, I'm not saying that we should give the state, any ability to say no to a project. I don't think that, limiting your ability, but we can't change the state tax. the 5 members on this board, plus Christina, plus Bill, it doesn't matter. It's that's Carson City. You elect senators and assembly members to do that. And if they don't do their job and the governor doesn't do his job, then that's their problem. Our problem is to deal with the issues at our hand. And our issues are that, we need to figure out ways to work collectively with the state to find solutions. Now, if those collectors that they're state highways, i.e. McCarran, Mount Rose Highway, Pyramid, you name it, I-580, 395, or I-80, have issues, then we need to figure out how we collectively can work together to help facilitate. We can all tighten our belts a little bit at each municipality to figure out, hey, look, you know what? My citizens depend on this road. I have to work collectively, as we've always done, interlocal agreements with each other to figure out a health district, a tourism district, whatever that may be. This board specifically. Why can't we do the same with the state? Why can't we figure out ways that, find boundary lines, and those boundary lines can change over years. Right now it's probably to the end of Calle de la Plata or further, or it's up to Montreux, or, different lanes on different roads, and say, hey, look, we'll help contribute. Let's have a collective conversation, but these routes need to be identified of who's participating in what discussion. But you got to bring some money to the table too. It can't be all, hey, state, fix this. It has to be, well, okay, the county, you add to this problem, you come with some money and we'll fix it together. It's got to be a collective. It's got to be collective of all of us. City of Reno, your portion of McCarran, you're going to show up and you're going to bring the money and you're going to talk about it and you're going to fix it. And if they can't plow it, guess what? Your trucks are going to be out there and you're going to plow it. In the Sparks, and if they can't plow your portion of McCarran, your trucks are going to be out there in part. Those are the things that we got to be discussing, not complaining to one another, saying, "Oh, we'll fix this, fix that." Go find your bag of money. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So we either figure out how to work together and prioritize what our needs are, or we're going to continue to have these strategic planning where we talk in circles like we've done for the last 7 years, and nothing gets accomplished. And it just becomes this, merry-go-round of understanding going, well, we've got problems, but our community is still pissed, but nothing's getting fixed. So let's start coming up with solutions and not just pointing the fingers. And I think you're right, Commissioner Hartung. It's not something about telling somebody that they get more authority, but I think it's a collective of this group kind of going, how do we smartly, collectively work together to solve the issues at hand? Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have some ideas on the board for sure. So go ahead, Chair Jordan, and then we'll go to Bill.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I do think we do have at our disposal a number of things working for us. I do think strategic planning sessions are the time to talk about the difficult things and try to work through some of those difficulties to find a path forward, so that then staff and Director Thomas can then run with it and come back to us with some potential solutions as well. So I think if we sat here this entire 4-hour session and patted ourselves on the back, that would be a complete disservice. Although we've had many great accomplishments over the last year, that to me, us having the difficult discussions and recognizing the warts and trying to address how we can fix them is the point of this. So I appreciate that. I think what Director Thomas has, what he brings to the table is fantastically suited for the position he's in that he sat in the management role at the City of Reno, possibly with the impression that RTC had at its disposal or may have opportunities that didn't exist or weren't being used to the city's benefit the most, et cetera. I think Bill now sits in the other seat and understands, well, wait a minute, like we all do when we walk in somebody else's shoes, you see that wait, what someone may perceive may not be reality at all. What this board and this community has going for it is, with some rare exceptions, we have great relationships jurisdictionally. We generally swim in the same direction together, arm in arm. And this commission has done that numerous times, whether it was the Spaghetti Bowl as the priority, or the Southeast Connector, or Virginia Street. I can't recall a time when those votes weren't unanimous. And that speaks to the unity of our community and to this group and coalescing together. So I think we've got that going for us. And I do think Bill, with his relationships jurisdictionally and statewide and federally, can really help us to bring about a broader understanding, not of just saying what I don't have, but how we each can bring our little piece of the pie together, including NDOT and Christina and their difficulties, to just do things better. So I think we have more assets than liabilities, let's put it that way.
Okay, am I up? Well, Chair Jordan, you're spot on why I wanted to talk about this conversation. And let me just start with an observation about NDOT. My guess in Christina's world, which, she reports to the governor, and the governor has the whole state. So her structure is designed to look at the big picture of the whole state. And every time she deals with somebody, they probably deal with her differently. My guess is out in the rural areas, Christina and her crew are transportation. There's probably no one else even thinking about it or even understanding it. So it's a different world from coming to the two urban areas where, clearly Clark County is much bigger than us, but we're probably much more similar to them. And that's where you have these issues of state roads going into urban areas and the confusion, I think, that works to all of our disadvantage of, what's the problem? How are we going to fix it? Who owns fixing it? And so what I was proposing is, at least for our urban part of our county, I mean, we can do the whole county, we're a county agent, but starting with the urban area, how do we get to a place where the state, RTC, and the three local governments are at the best position to work together? And what I mean by that is there's historic issues we're going to have to get past, not the least of which, who owns the decision? And that's always the struggle, is just because you own the decision doesn't mean you want to do it all by yourself. And that's where I'm trying to go. And I'll give you a real world example. We've been working really close with NDOT on a couple projects where, Arlington Bridges is an example. Could have been a state project. We worked with NDOT to say we're in a better place and capacity to do that. Pyramid Highway, that's a state road too. That was the best decision there, was the state should do that project and RTC will help. So that kind of, improvement by improvement, not really competitive, not really like who owns this, but how do we bring our staffs together to say something needs to be done? Who's in the best position to do it? Let's have a concurrence on what it is we're doing. And I guess in the simplest sense, that's what I was asking for, which I think in an RTC role can only be done, if the five of you support that, because they're going to be, as you well know, elected officials and other people who aren't happy about some discrete decision and are going to use it as a failure of RTC. And as long as we can, hold your trust and take actions that look like we're problem solving, I think that's my goal. And doing it as a partnership and not in competition with each other, nor, shirking off the responsibility to make a decision by saying, well, that's NDOT's issue, we're not even going to deal with it, as an example.
Perfect. Brian, you put an interesting comment in chat. I think it probably has a little explanation that you'd like to add to it. Go for it.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you, commissioners, for being candid and talking these conversations, because, as the rubber meets the road and we deliver our transportation projects, we're faced with in the weeds stuff. And this is strategic planning. And so it helps us. Along with the conversation of growth and impacts and how capacity is being taken up with those decisions of land use, we also are facing the equity of our transportation system. And as Commissioner Lucy mentioned, our transportation system is there to level that playing field. It's our lives of how we do things, right? And so from that standpoint, we also, and this is clear up at the federal level with respect to ensuring that everybody has that access to that equal playing field, whether it's education, whether it's jobs and all that. And so we get a lot of pressure to ensure that we're doing that. And it does take up the resources to funding to ensure that, everybody those modes of transportation are looked at with respect to sidewalks that are inadequate in our area from time to time, or bicycle, or even now the micro modes that are coming. And so from a standpoint from this board to get a little bit of input on that and how we sort of balance that between all our capacity growth would be really helpful as I, move the program forwards into delivering the project for the regional systems as well as the local jurisdictions.
Chair Jordan, go ahead, kick us off.
Thank you. I think Brian just brought up probably the most critical point that is the spear of the head on all the conversations, the ones we had earlier about transit. Here we're talking about capacity. I do think there needs to be a larger role that RTC plays in the review and participation as it relates to transit. An example, when we get an application for a project, oftentimes there's not a connection of the dots of what that ultimate use of that project is with the transit needs to support it. I think if RTC were more intimately involved and had more of an influence on the evaluation at the staff level of those projects, it would be very beneficial. If you've got a senior community coming in a outskirts area, it would be good to be very vocal in saying, hey, a fixed route system to a senior facility out here isn't probably going to help the transit needs, but you're going to need some transit needs, and here's what is likely going to be best. I don't know if it's a van pool, I don't know if it's a paratransit, I don't know if it's a flex ride, and there's a cost associated with that. So if you do a per door fee or something to help with the transit, then you're kind of solving that on the front end of it with a clear understanding of its impacts. Understanding that properties can change, their use can change, but particularly of the larger projects, if it's an infill affordability project, you want to look at maybe more of the mass transit. We know that's the demographic that traditionally uses the mass transit in higher numbers. If it's a school that's in a far-flung area, if it's a new hospital, we have to. I agree. I know RTC has some input as regards to kind of the road capacities, but we got to start looking at the transit side of it a little more intimately. So Brian is spot on. I think RTC has to play a more vocal role on the application side of projects.
Okay, so shifting to that topic, Commissioner Hartog and then Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Erica. In concept, it's a good idea, but so many projects, I'll use Spanish Springs because it's a perfect example. So many projects happen outside the boundaries of our transit service. So I'll use out north in Spanish Springs, I'll use Pebble Creek and Harris Ranch and the Ryder homes. They're well outside the boundaries of the transit service. Going in a little farther, there's developments that are happening. It's I can't remember. It's a gate project. What's it called, Ed? It's not Stone Gate. It's something gate that's not served. What is it?
Almost all that northeast of Sparks is not served.
Right. Yeah. The whole thing, Cimarron, that whole area, none of it's served. Five Ridges is not served. It's, none of it's served. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is something I've said forever, where staff will say, well, there's no real need because we've looked at the ridership and ridership doesn't exist and there's no real need to have transit out there. And it's because when you move to those areas, you know that there's no transit. And so consequently, you've got to have a vehicle. And when there's no demand, RTC doesn't fill the demand, but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So we've created the storm ourselves. I know there's other people. I know Bob wants to speak and Dan and others. Thank you.
This is where I'm going to channel my inner Lee Gibson, and I'm going to say something that most people will find absolutely atrocious, but This is why RTC needs to be the MPO. And this is where I'm going to fight the Commissioner Hartung, because just because transit doesn't reach to those places that are underserved in Spanish Springs doesn't mean that we didn't build a road out there and that our car isn't accessing our system. I have said this time and time again, transit is the nexus to everything that we do. Whether you build a road or put a bus to it, somehow somebody has to, unless they're sitting in jail or sitting at their home permanently and never leaving, they have to get somewhere. And so whether you build a road or put a bus to it, transit is the nexus. It is the beginning of all things development. RTC should be the MPO. TMRPA should not. This is one of the reasons that I believe this wholeheartedly. Lee and I have talked about this for years, and that there is no reason that we have a TMRPA that is of as level that it is, then when we have an MPO such as the RTC that dictates that we can deal with issues such as the chair brought up, schools, issues that deal with seniors, issues that deal with, we deal with all these issues in planning and building as we go along. This is why I feel that RTC should really take that forefront as the MPO within the region, take the teeth out of everybody, but yet let RTC really be that master planning organization, plain and simple.
Can I jump in, Erica?
Yes, please do.
Thank you all, commissioners. I really do appreciate, again, as Brian said, the candid conversation and a lot of great feedback, which I know we're all feverishly taking notes, but did just kind of want to reference the material. And Erica, you don't have to pull it up, but I did provide a little summary on what we do when we receive development review applications from each of your jurisdictions, which we're very appreciative to even, be a part of that process and have the opportunity to provide comments. Did want to shed a light on a few things. Yes, we do look at the roads, potential impacts of future projects, those sort of things, but also very much look at it at an eye with transit. And in fact, Mark's staff is part of that process. He does review, and obviously when we have some of these developments that are more exurban and it's not really feasible to have fixed route, we still look at it from other perspectives, like say if it is a senior housing development, we'll make recommendations to, put in a little area where, an access van or maybe flex ride pull up and kind of have its own space to serve the residents of that. Also look at, always kind of put out there to developers, hey, if there's any opportunities for a park and ride situation, Mark showed earlier just kind of how rapidly growing our van pool program is. So, and probably the biggest challenge to that is, where do these people meet up to kind of utilize that service? It's not really effective to have a driver of one van going to, 8 different houses to pick people up. So they really need kind of these meeting points to really make it work. And one other comment, I know there was some talk and as far as NDOT's role in this process, and I don't know that there is a threshold, but certainly any state roads, I know District 2 up here is looped in on those comments, and they're very much have a seat at the table and often provide a lot of good feedback. So just wanted to make that clarification.
Awesome, Dan, thank you. Chair and then Bill.
Thank you very much. Dan, thank you very much for that. And I understood that, which is fantastic, because I do think you want to customize the vehicle sort of needs, whether it's a bus stop or just a spot for a van pool or a flex ride, whatever it may be. I guess my point in the more vocal participation from RTC is if based on history and data, that a certain operation of a business produces transit in a higher number simply by its nature, is there any additional participation fiscally for the ongoing operations of that transit demand? In other words, I don't know that there's a funding mechanism that says you're putting in a facility that that largely the folks are going to need some form of transit, different than maybe some other type of business. and the demands on transit are going to be significantly higher, do they fund additionally anything for that? I'll give an example. And even though this is a voluntary basis, it's happening with some regularity now. We understand that some housing developments may not be conducive to putting a lot of affordability within it. And a lot of those projects, for whatever reason, a lot of those projects will fund a contribution towards an affordable housing trust fund. I don't know if there's an opportunity to have a transit trust fund for a similar purpose, to help offset some of the ongoing costs as it relates to operating the myriad of, transportation needs.
Yeah, I would just say we don't really have anything like that. Mark, looks like you want to jump in, so I'll let you have the floor.
You're going the right direction on that. There is nothing, so it's a great example. New warehouse goes out into Spanish Springs. It's going to have, a lot of usage. I mean, the North Reno one, we get tons of ridership on Route 7 because they put it along an alignment. They put it out into the other area. There is no funds, so basically we take our sales tax pie and we go and serve them, and then we need to serve a little less than what we have now somewhere else. So yeah, it's a trade-off because there's no new revenue into it. So it's a great point, and it's something that should be addressed.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly where that use should be looked at through a different lens because of its use. And I'm not convinced that those individuals coming in would be totally opposed to some additional funding mechanism to help, because it helps their employees. It helps the employee experience. It helps them to get employees and keep employees. So anyway, I'll get off that now, but I think we do need to play a larger role in that discussion as we move forward.
Bill, go ahead.
Well, there's a lot in this, and it's a very difficult issue, but two things I wanted to say. First, as far as the transit connection to growth, we have historically, and everything we hear is it's going to continue even at greater levels, that the federal government is going to fund the capital in the world of transit. Our challenge is always the ongoing operational costs. And that's a very difficult thing, short of like a tax or an assessment district or something to levy against new development. So I'm not saying there's not a way to fix it, but we just need to be aware it's a very difficult thing to do. The second thing is to get to Commissioner Lucy's point, and it's not about power, it's not about control, but it's why I'm asking the question here is what is the outcome that we're looking for when we structure the governance? If the outcome is for RTC to be the lead on how the transportation network is going to look in 5, 10, and 20 years, then we would present to the 3 local governments, here's the grand plan, here's what it's going to take to make it work. Then when individuals come in and individual decisions are made, they're tested against that template. One of my experiences has been that where we fail as government is if we have tough decisions and we leave it to individuals, particularly private individuals, to solve the problem. 1, either they don't solve it, 2, they ignore it, or 3, they solve it the wrong way, because it's not something that an individual person, particularly a private person who's only there maybe to do a subdivision and takes their money and leaves, can really fix. So in the grand scheme of things, I think what what Bob is saying, sorry, Vaughn, you're chairman now. What Bob's saying is that if we want to have transportation have a greater role in decision-making, then we probably do need to look at that regional planning connection to MPO and just make it clear, what are our expectations, who's supposed to be doing it, and then all the other players that are involved in the process start understanding who owns it. Because I think the biggest frustration is no one owning it. And we have these hard conversations and no one says, okay, I know this is hard to do. I'll be held accountable for what's done. And that's going to be my job. So that's all I'm saying. If we want to go that way, I'm more than happy to work with you, and our team is to get there, but it's going to need to be an agreement amongst the 3 local governments at a minimum, right? Because I don't really want to spend our time fighting up against a wall that's impenetrable in terms of how local governments look at their authority and responsibility.
Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you. I want to jump back to something that the chair said, and you know, it's kind of we keep bouncing on transit versus transportation, but back on transit. I mean, if you look at the subdivisions that we've designed, and Ed and I would say the same to you out here in Spanish Springs, none of our subdivisions, nor the business parks that we've created out farther to the north, none of them are built to accommodate bus stops. We haven't, I mean, our roads have no stops. They have no turnouts. There's, you know, out in our business park in the north end of the valley, there's no way for transit to access it if we indeed decide that we're going to extend transit out here. And a conversation that I think we need to have, you guys, is we keep talking about you know, transit and what the boundaries are. But Bill, one of the things that we've never talked about is when we move the boundary lines of transit, how does that change the ADA lines? And how does that affect the organization? Because we've not had that conversation. And every time, I know flex is maybe a little bit different, but anytime we move fixed routes into the conversation, we say, okay, RTC, I want you guys to push out to the Spanish Springs Business Park. I want you to push a fixed route out here, come down Pyramid Highway or somehow access through Sparks and et cetera, whatever the route happens to be. How does that increase and move the ADA line out to, you know, Palomino Valley or Winnemucca Ranch? Now, that's not a bad thing. We just have to understand how it impacts the system financially. Thank you.
I don't know, Mayor Lawson, did you want to talk first? Otherwise, I'll answer that.
No, I guess the point being that, you know, what's happened in Spanish Springs and North Sparks is 25-year ago planning. I mean, it's all it is. We didn't anticipate getting this big. We never anticipated being land constrained. We didn't anticipate a lot of things 25 years ago that are now coming to fruition, where we know based on the land use studies, we got about 5 years left of building. So, and then we run out of land. Then everything comes in, it gets more expensive as we do infill, which puts more pressure on the roads and transit and everything else. So it's a vicious circle, but I applaud the long-term thinking that we're looking at today, because we do need to look 20, 30 years into the future and not rely on, well, in our case in Sparks, a planning direction that was set in motion 25 years ago and without change. So it's something I agree with that RTC needs to be a lot more involved in the planning part of it. And I think the TMRPA also helps with a lot of the planning for RTC, if I'm not correct. I know that part of our budget goes towards planning and doing research for you guys.
And we pay them, I think, about $60,000 a year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And then on to, I mean, you're correct. You're talking very old planning. Commissioner Hartung, you're right. You look at your business park or any of those subdivisions, try to walk from one of those from Pyramid. I mean, it's impossible. So it was never set up to be able to operate a regular bus. Hence why, you know, we've really, you know, grabbed onto the flex ride concept of how to possibly serve an area that's really unservable by fixed route, and development has assured that. So the flip side, as you mentioned, is fixed route also comes with an ADA component, which is not only very expensive for us to operate, it's very expensive for the riders to ride, and has a lot of constraints. You have to call a day ahead to book your ride. You have to pay $3 a trip, where the flex ride doesn't have an ADA component, but we use ADA accessible vehicles with ADA trained drivers. They can do a day pass for $3. They can get the vehicle there within 20 minutes. It basically takes all those costs and issues that the ADA service gets you. But yeah, if you run a fixed route out there, we've got to run the ADA and deal with those kind of costs and the parameters that we have to live with under the ADA law.
Okay, once again, none of these topics are all that simple, but I think we're getting some good direction. So I'm going to just pull up the summary that I have on the screen. If I have anything incorrect, please let me know. Again, not intention to wordsmith, but just to make sure that we are capturing your direction. So just in the context of, and Bill, I'm just going to ask for your help a little bit, in the context of local and regional balance, we started the conversation again, just to kind of recap about the current, what I heard was the current system and just this idea of redefining the system and who owns what and just kind of cleaning it up. It's sort of evolved. And somebody said a mangrove. I thought that was a really nice analogy and I didn't write that down. Just some other points here that were not related to the above, but that was just theme 1. And Christine, I'm just going to do theme 2 and then I'll flow to you. And then under the new roads, all that conversation. And I think there are some, I know they're complicated solutions, but some solutions that are on here in relation to just, what to do about having a regional view to development, NDOT's role, user fees, SAD, tighter collaboration. So some good ideas there. So I'll pause there. I'm not going to read it all, highlighted the key points. Christina, and then Chair Jordan, I see you're off mute as well. So
I just want to clarify our role at District 2 is a permitting only, and we really look only at the adjacent corridor, the adjacent intersection. And so I would actually strike that whole statement. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
The only thing I would add is RIF is 2Rs 1F, regional road impact fee. There you go.
Super. So pausing on this for a minute, and then I'll go to RTC's interrelated, but RTC's role in land development. Go ahead, Commissioner Hartung.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in one more thing, and I'm glad you guys brought up, because I wanted to hear if anybody else was going to chime in, how we talked about the ADA lines with microtransit and why we were serving the outer region with that. And I think we may have an opportunity here. We talked about transit earlier. Maybe what we do is we start pushing on a more robust microtransit system in the outer areas, and that gives us a proof of concept, and then basically we shrink that line down in and start eliminating some of the bus routes that could be overtaken by microtransit as people get more and more used to having that service. Since we don't have a bus service out here in Spanish Springs, anything would be great. And microtransit, I guarantee you, people would embrace it. And so as that system grows, then again, we can start shrinking it down more and more and more into the core, even though I know we have some routes, but I think you'd find that the ridership out here would be pretty robust if we offered the service. And because I know for a fact, because we're approving a lot of transitional housing for seniors, where they transition from one form of housing into more of a managed care system. I think it'd be utilized more and more than we might begin to believe as the silver tsunami hits us. Thanks.
Awesome. So just jumping right back here, and we're going to wrap it up and not go over. But just looking back here for a quick second, just that notion around for new roads and making sure there wasn't anything that anybody wanted to clarify. And Bill, I'm just going to maybe ask for your help if there's anything else that you heard that you wanted to make sure was captured.
As far as I can tell, this covers it. And, like I said earlier, we got multiple eyes on here. So if there's anything, Erica, you didn't pick up, we're going to catch.
Awesome.
Erica, could I just say, it's not just new roads, but it's new and existing at some level when it comes to the opportunity to comment on development. So new or expanded, I mean, there are some new roads that have been thrown out there that are very much just new and be the first time, but most of the conversation I think around here has been about how do we expand, or the decisions made on expansion of existing corridors.
That's great. Thank you for that. Perfect. Okay. And then just flown over here as well, just that notion of play a larger role in development, or maybe not play a larger role in development, again, in the context of, and Commissioner Hartong's right, we're kind of throwing around, transportation and transit. So I think the point on this was just transportation overall, of course, transit being a key piece of that. So, yeah, some different ideas thrown out there. I think there's some general consensus around yes, but maybe what that looks like sort of has different levels of energy. Bill, anything to add on that?
No, I think it covers it from what I heard, and I'm good.
Okay.
We do have to do public comment too before we get to the final hour. Just wanted to remind you.
Thank you for saying that. Yep, and I think, right, we're 5 minutes at the top of the hour. Okay, so I'm going to pause us here and just kind of to flip us back. These were the topics we wanted to work through. Public transportation, the regional role. So we did work through the majority of those pieces. We did not talk about the process for looking at projects and sort of the project process, if you will. And so that will be something we can come back around to at another time. Funding strategies was a topic that was on the table as well. And then we talked a bit about the future of the transportation network and just what does it look like. Again, we touched on that threaded through the conversation. So I'm going to leave it there. I know there was a lot to cover. We got far enough along, so thank you for the time. And I know it's hard as a remote meeting, so I really appreciate the attention. I'm going to pass it back over to the chair to wrap us up.
Thank you very much. And I think as far as process goes, I think that's something that needs to be discussed with jurisdictions and the leadership from the various jurisdictions to see how that is best accomplished. I think that's where you kind of go with that one. That's my 2 cents on that. Okay. At this point, I believe, Madam Clerk, are we at closing public comment?
We are, and we do not have any.
Well,
I'm by myself.
Okay. Well, before we adjourn, anybody want to say any final words before we log off?
I just want to thank everybody. I know these are probably the most important, but maybe least satisfying conversations to have, because you don't feel like you're done, right? You walk away, you don't feel like it's a half-built house and nobody put the siding on, but these are critical for us to build the organization that I think you want us to be. So I thank you all for your patience and interest and stamina.
All right. Thank you, Bill, for everything you do and the staff. Fantastic. We are making do through a pandemic. We're great partners here at the RTC and NDOT and the community. And I think it's an exciting time, lots of challenges going on, but incredible opportunities as well. So thank you all for spending your morning. Yes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Vaughn has his hand up. Commissioner Hartung has his hand up.
I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, that I think in the future, we need to kind of maybe decouple transit versus road construction in these workshops. And so we can really concentrate. I know that there's some overlap, but I think we'd be more effective if we kind of just split them apart.
Very good. Okay. Anything else? All right. May I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Denise. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
See you later. Bye, everybody.
Kirk out.
Thank you. Bye-bye.